Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second channel for the AG7. I'm going to be your host here, Murray Rothbardo, for the first half of the day. And joining me here, we have a player from Sedition, Keithstone and Chaloon. Say hi.
Hey, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us.
And we have Kevin Grumman, a person who works a lot with New Bros through Eve University and Eve Rookies.
Hello.
So we have very little time before the first matches start on this channel, so we're going to very quickly cover some of the big points of change for this Anger Games compared to the AT and prior tournaments, and then we're going to talk a little bit about bans, and we'll get right into it. So first off, Kevin, talk to me a little bit about the point system that we're going to see ships get chosen with today.
Absolutely. In this year's all Angry Games, we're running off of 200-point total, as opposed to in the past where it was 150. We've also got a unique setup for point inflation, where bigger ships cost more if you bring in the same one over and over and over again. So we'll probably be seeing fewer of those triple battleship comps with three of the same battleship, because that'll cost you an extra ton of points. Whereas for frigates and smaller ships, we might see a few more of those kind of repeating.
Okay. That is, some of those things we've seen before, point duplication, increased points. We do have something that is quite new this time around, though, and that is the sudden death end of the match changes. Keystone, tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, thanks, Murray. So, if you remember, if anybody folks familiar with AT, we didn't go into that reverse tie dye until really the teams were tied, right? Like you had to have both teams have the same amount of points on grid. Went to reverse tie dye. So not something we saw too often. I think we saw it one match last year, or yeah, last year for AT. But for this, it's 25 points or more will cause reverse tie dye. And that the match is 7 minutes, and then it goes into a 3 minute overtime, which will cause negative tie dye. And it starts, Murray, at 150% normal game speed. And then at about an 8.5 minute mark, it goes all the way up to 300% normal game speed. And that'll sit there at 300% through the rest of overtime if a clear winner isn't determined at that point. So for some of those comps out there, like Fly Killer and that kind of thing, where you're going to try to pick off the small frigs, I think we're going to see a lot more reverse tie dye, which is really going to be interesting and see how teams have planned for that for the tournament this year.
Yeah, if a control versus control match starts to stall out, teams might find themselves in unfamiliar territory as the arena starts rapidly speeding up around them.
Yeah, 100%.
So we've only got about a minute before the match. Let's talk very quickly about the bans that we can pull up for this match between Shrimply Delightful and NPSI.rocks. Uh, Keystone, I see a lot of Logi bans for armor here. What else are you kind of seeing?
Yeah, I think one of the noticeable ones that I was looking at, there's a Nighthawk ban from MPSI Rocks, a Loki ban. Nighthawk Loki, for those of you who aren't familiar, a pretty strong rush combination there. So I'm seeing like MPSI Rock might not want to see with the Oneros and Guardian ban, might not want to see a stronger rush comp, might not want to see a stronger like armor control comp with the Oneros ban. So it'll be interesting to see with those bans what that team brings in. And then the same thing with Aguila Orthrus on Shrimply Delightful there. But Kevin, any thoughts on that?
Well, the thing that I'm noticing is even though we do have both Oneros and Guardian banned, what we don't have banned is the Zarmazd, which is the extra T2 armor cruiser that. And without that ban, and some of the strongest, most rock solid compositions using Zarmaz's incredible tank and incredible rep output are still on the table. The that Zarmazd is incredibly strong. If you watched back in the Alliance tournament, it was almost permanently banned, and because of how strong it is. In the Anchor games, the points that it takes is ridiculous. So it's a very expensive bring, but if you do bring it, you can make comps that are incredibly hard to kill. We might be seeing one of those today.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we definitely will see. I have a feeling we might see the Zarm there. Sorry about that, Murray.
No, absolutely. And I think just like thinking back to the AT, right? The Zarmazd and the Cenotaph were truly the ships that were either banned or brought, right? And most of the time it was banned. This time around, fortunately, teams don't need to ban the Cenotaph because it's permabanned by the tournament. However, its little cousin, the Tholos, is popping up here. The Tholos did not see too much play in the AT. It tended to explode or what have you. Do you think we'll see much of it this tournament?
I think so for sure. Very likely. It's one of those more agile and yet very high DPS ships available to rush. It's also fairly cheap given the meta. It's about the same as this Vipple, one of the T3 destroyers. It's about as fast. It's a lot less tanky, but it's able to kick out tons of DPS, especially if it can be piloted well and get those breacher pods on and consistently.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the breacher pod works in reverse tie dye because I don't know about you guys, but I haven't seen how that damage ticks over, obviously, and see how powerful that can be in that kind of setting. So,
Yeah, absolutely. Um, and I think one of the most interesting things to me about the Anger games is that with the 7 pilots instead of 10, the meta tends to be quite different from what we see in the AT. Part of that might be because of the way the points are shifted or whatever. But what are your thoughts about how certain comps tend to shine or maybe don't shine in these smaller number of pilot formats compared to the Alliance tournament?
I think you struggle in a 7-man setting on any comp that's going to require more application. And what I mean by that is you see in the ATs, you'll see torpedoes get used. They need a little more support. They require webs, paints, whatever it may be to help apply. So any of those comps that you see in the AT that require those additional support ships, that stronger support to help apply damage to those targets, that kind of thing. I think you start to see when you're in the 7-man setting. I don't have 3 ships to use, so I need less. I don't want to take all these slots. Like, what do I need? You have to start making those decisions as you build those comps out, Murray.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
for sure.
I agree completely. I think another note to mention is in these lower man compositions, Ewar and Control as a whole is going to be stronger than it would be in the
Mhm.
Alliance tournament because there's fewer ships that need to be damped, that need to be tracking disrupted, that need to be guidance disrupted. In these kinds of compositions, you're going to be lucky if you get 3 DPS ships in your whole comp. And so if you're bringing tracking disruption, then half your comp's going to be getting hit hard by those. So I think we'll be seeing a lot of things like Maul as carries, Sentinel is banned in this round, but in the future I think we'll be seeing a lot of Sentinels as well to try to take advantage of the reduced number of DPS ships that can be fielded and try to maintain control over the arena.
Yeah, I think one thing that stands out to me there as well is that the rules for logistics are very similar to the Alliance tournament. So, when there's 10 pilots on grid, you still only get one Guardian, you still only get one Basilisk, you still only get the 2 Frigate Logi. And so, in the Alliance tournament, with access to that same power of repair, or the AG, the same power of repair, you need to come up with more ways of getting through that. And what that often looks like, right, is neuting out the Logi, using jams to turn it off, using like very high application chips to try and take out small targets that don't have that EHP pool. But yeah, I think all of that really lends itself to Ewar being that much more important in the Anger games compared to the Alliance tournament.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned Logi, and it was something I'm glad you brought that up because we saw some T2 Logi bans already out of the bat here from MPSI Rocks. And that T2 Logi is just really strong in this setting because again, there's less damage coming out onto the target. So the T2 Logi can hold up. So you have to figure out, these teams have to figure out how can we deal with the less damage output while still having that Logi on field. And if it's that T2 Logi, do we ban out the T2 Logi, the stronger T2 Logi, with Zarn being left open in this first match? Or do we go and move on to having a way to deal with that T2 Logi? And the common ways, like both have mentioned, Kevin and Murray, Newts, Ewar, that kind of thing, is do we dedicate something onto that? Or do you just have an ability to take care of it with if you leave T2 Frig Logi up, do you bring something that can apply to it? So it'd be really interesting to see how these teams handle that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
With Zor
with
So,
the
sorry,
high
go for it.
damage DPS, right? Or the high application
Mhm.
DPS from Shrimply Delightful, we can see a lot of that coming in, right? With their first three bans of the Jackdaw,
Yeah.
Gila, Orthrus. That's a lot of light missile damage, and then high application medium drones. Kevin, talk to me a little bit about like what comps those are typically trying to get used in, and why Shrimply might not want to see them.
A lot of the time, Jackdaw is going to get used a lot in various long range light missile comps, that, as you mentioned, as well as the Orthrus, that they are very good at having high application long range weapons. The Jackdaw in sharpshooter mode reaches past like 100 kilometers. Orthrus is reaching around 50 to 70, depending on the exact fit. And with that range and high application, you're able to pick off of small ships, especially like what's mentioned, the T2 Logi frigates. Very good at picking those off. The Gila is an interesting ban in my mind, though, because that's mostly the drone DPS ship that might be leaning more towards. They might want to bring a control comp, and they want to ban Gila to prevent drone comps from being able to that they can't control effectively.
Yeah, I don't I think Gila, so in my experience in flying matches and that kind of thing, Gila medium drones apply to Logi Frigs with not a lot of assistance. And Gila has always been a strong ship, whether you meld that into a rush comp, it fits into a lot of those shield comps pretty well. And one thing to note with the Jackdaw, Kevin, is a Jackdaw is a great screening ship if you're running a shield comp for the simple fact you can switch to that defense mode and you can kind of screen with it. So a Jackdaw I've seen play two different roles, whether it be sitting there as a screener with rockets or go into light missiles there. So it'll be interesting. I think it's a great utility ship in those shield comps. The sweep pool is still on the table though, but I can understand. I think Gila, what I'm looking at here, I don't think they want to see Rush.
All right. And with a mild delay, our teams are now at the arena. So we'll be looking to switch over there and get started with the first match of the day. Surprise! I'm
All
still
right.
here. Welcome to the match on Grid. I'll be casting this one with Tian Zaharin. Tian, what are we looking at on this grid here?
Hello. Well, we are looking at a tinker, and this is known to be a strong comp. I can't wait to see how this is going to work because we just said that ship and battleship comps are going to be rare to see. But here we go. We have one right from the start with that Raven Navy issue Golem Raven. So we'll see how that works out.
And across from it, we have a little slower armor control with a little application going in. We've got a Shack Apocalypse Core, some cruisers, and some frigate Logi behind it. They're going immediately in on the Lashak here at the start of Dujek, looking to light it up with some paints and drop some cruise missiles on its head.
That is a very good call in my opinion, especially as long as they still have those bombers alive. Those bombers are going to be squishy, so they might be a good target to die soon. So they need to have them alive to apply to the battleship and just get rid of that Leshak right at the start, also before it can spool. This Tenka setup is also based around these battleships feeding each other. Is it actually Tinker? Because the battleships are not close to each other. Yeah, though those are cruise missiles on the ships, so is some form of
Yeah,
Tinker. Battleships are a bit far apart.
those bombers will need to be very careful with only Bantams behind them to back them up. But the Lashak and Apocalypse have chosen to go in on the Raven of Silas, whose shields are dropping prodigiously as the Bantams are off in Narnia. Meanwhile, the Lashak of Dujak looks to be tanking just fine.
Yeah, and yeah, what I was saying about Tinker, of course, there are no cap transfers in this tournament, but they can still use Nosferatus. That's why I was saying these battleships should stay close together to Nosferatu that cap off each other. Usually Tinker works that you get the cap from the other two battleship onto that one battleship that is struggling. But it does look like that Raven is breaking right now. It doesn't seem to be tanking all that well. And the Leshak is still holding, just barely, but it is. So it's going to be interesting
Yeah,
to
it's
see which dies
starting
first
to
here, the
look a
Raven or the
little
Leshak.
shaky. The Shack's Ansel Repper looks like it may have run out and it's in trouble. Meanwhile, Silas zipped into armor and likely going to be dropped from the arena as the Lashak is also hitting structure. looking like its rep pool is starting to run out. Meanwhile, chip damage on the Deacon, providing some additional pressure on the side of NPSI.rocks.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit rough as soon as that Leshak is down, there is a lot of damage gone. But the Raven is also quite a substantial amount of damage that is now gone, so that Leshak might still be tanking for quite some more time while it can get some spool damage. But now it is actually good that the battleships are apart and the Leshak can probably not spool a cult right away. But we do see some damage here on the Manticore now.
Yep, a
So
little
let's see.
drone
Yeah.
ball has made its way over to the Manticore to start bullying the poor frigate. The Leshak is barely holding on with 10% armor. There's almost no hull left, but I suspect it is going to die no matter how much the armor bar tries to climb up and fake us out otherwise. If they can pick this bomber off though, and it is down, maybe that'll be enough to keep
Yeah,
the Leshak alive.
that's gonna be like 600 DPS off the field, so that is gonna make quite the difference. And now the Golem is taking quite a big bunch of damage. It is, of course, gonna be tanking for quite some time, at least with its answer. And now the drones are already over onto that Nemesis, so it is gonna struggle, and that's gonna be more DPS reduction. And the Leshak is actually clawing back armor in 4% hull. It might be tanking here. As I say that, it goes down. But they managed to
Caster
get the second
cursed
bomber.
indeed as the Leshak drops out of the arena. The Manticore is going to be taken out though, and with both sides now out quite a bit of their DPS, the question may become who can deal with the enemy logistics first.
Yeah, I agree. We see some damage on the APOC. I'm not sure I like that call because they had so much trouble getting through the Leshak. I think it would really be worth it to take the time, get rid of that Deacon, get rid of that Talia. But they are going to have a hard time with that because those frigates are not known to be good hittable. Like, you're going to have a hard time with those cruise missiles to apply. But they should definitely do it while the Golem is still alive because it does have that checking this, that target painter bonus.
Yeah, damage is going onto the Bantam now. It looks like they've got a little bit of drone damage on the Nemesis, a little bit of damage going on the Bantam. However, one of their problems here is that they do get the Nemesis, and with the Nemesis down, the Bantam of Protagos looks like it's held down by the Vexor of Cain, which means he is likely going to be in a world of hurt here as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, the APOC is clawing back its armor. It does still have that Ansel, and before it doesn't run out of charges, it is going to be able to tank this damage. This is definitely a close match. The Golem and Raven Navy are just losing their low end, and they can't really prevent it. And the question now is, can they blast through that high end DPS? Because if the APOC dies, they pretty much have the match won. But I don't want to call it right now because there is still something to be done here by the
Yeah,
team of
the
Shrimpy
addition
Delightful.
the additional survivability of the Thalia and Deacon here is something that's really killing NPSI.rocks as without much application left in their comp. Sure, they have a paint from the Golem, but they've lost a lot of their frigates, and so they really can't get through those Logi, and so their only choice is to bash their heads into that APOC as the Bantam dies, leaving just the burst for logistics.
Yeah, they can just hope to get through that APOC and then just be able to tank the pity DPS that the Mauler and Vexor can put out. I like to see the Golem here very aggressively use its newt against those frigates, driving them apart and just sucking both of them because Golem does have those spare high slots that it usually would use on a Bastion module and that stuff. It can use them to put newts, and I like the choice to put them on the Logic frigates, but yeah, they now just lost their burst, so now the Golem and the Raven Navy are against the world. It's just both of them left. So they really do have to step up the game here and get something done.
Yeah, and we see there is some nuding and a paint going out onto the Deacon from the Golem. Whether that will be enough to do anything, I doubt it, but they're going to give it a try as the APOC is not looking like it's going to die anytime soon. Meanwhile, damage starting to go in on the Golem, who does not have a weak active tank. He can certainly hold himself up for a while, but without logistics, it may be a matter of time rather than a matter of uh, just using damage to win the match.
Yeah, I agree, but we don't have that much time left here in the match, and I'm actually not sure about the points right now, if this would go into overtime or not. Let's quickly see. Yeah,
it,
I
it has.
don't have any information. They do seem to be going for the Vexen now, switching
We
with the
got our
gatekeeper to
first
kill the. It
overtime.
is in
Let's
overtime.
go.
First match,
So
first overtime. That is exciting.
reverse
See, down
tie-dye
from the
is up
Vexen
to
now.
150%. You all will start seeing the damage numbers come in a lot quicker as the golem shields start to jump down. And while you might think, oh, that's bad for the golem, the other team needs to be careful because it means damage can come onto that Logi that much quicker. And so everyone has to be much more on the ball as this reverse tie-dye speeds up.
I like that the team of NPSI Rocks here did a quick switch to try to break through that Vexer. They almost did it, but the thing is, since there is only a small point difference right now, if they can keep the golem alive and kill some of that low end, Shrimply Delightful, they might still be able to win this on time, but the golem needs to stay alive, and it doesn't at the moment look like it can do that for the next 3 minutes.
Shields are dropping precariously for Karenthor's golem as the Vexer is holding on just fine, and armor starts to bleed out on the golem as we enter 2.5 times normal speed.
Now would definitely be the time for the golem to heat its rappers, but I think it's already doing that, and it doesn't look like it's tanking. It's just slowly losing that hull, and yeah, the golem is down. With that, the match is pretty much decided. We see GFs in local. The Raven's not gonna solo this fleet, but that was definitely a great match, and it's great to see that the first match goes right away into overtime.
Yeah, and so the match continues going at this kind of high speed until the end of the overtime. And so we'll likely see the Raven Navy drop here as well, with the Shrimply Delightful team looking to get not quite a full sweep. They did lose their Lashak, but a solid first match from them.
Yeah. It's really interesting that the Raven Navy was actually almost tanking better than the Golem there for a second. It definitely shows that they picked correctly to go for the Golem and not the Raven Navy after the Raven died, because it is still just clinging to life, barely staying alive, but yeah, it's gonna drop now. And with that, we can send it back to the desk for some analysis of this match.
Hello, back on the other side after doing double duty, but Keystone Kevin, we already got some
Yeah.
reverse tie-dye. Talk to me a little bit about that first.
Man, you know what's funny, and I'm gonna freaking ad lib here a little bit. I said when you're running in a sevens match, you need the application, and I think the Raven comp, while it started out strong, picking off that Lashak, did not have any answers for the Logi and just wasn't going to be able to apply to that Frig Logi, even when it dove into reverse tie dye there, right? They just couldn't get the damage onto that armor comp, and they were able to mitigate a lot of damage even in the reverse tie-dye with two battleships up, that APOC held nice and comfortably at the end of the match there. So just again, like we see with these sevens matches, you've got to be able to have that application. Unfortunately, they missed that, even with the Golem paints.
Yeah, and then one other thing I want to point out, because I had to switch quickly, so I wasn't looking too closely, but am I correct in that uh, our team, I believe NPSI.rocks, they did not bring any links?
Yeah, Murray, I don't think I saw any links on their side of the house. No command destroyers with three battleships like that, a golem as well. I don't think they may have had the points for that. I would have tried to put it on maybe a T1 battle cruiser or something, but again, even a command ship, command SC, I don't think they had the points for that.
Yeah, and what kind of problems can that offer, Kevin, when you're on the grid?
Well, with the especially with triple battleship, links are going to add around an extra 30% tank, even if you're running like off of T1 battle cruisers. So, you're ending out with like missing a full battleship worth of tank off of your ships. this isn't that's not going to work out great. Even if you're getting an extra that third battleship, you're feeling real good about it, and you're like, ah, yes, with 3 cruise missile ships and with 2 bombers, we'll have a ton of DPS. But then you just get pushed through by anything that's able to get close in. They weren't able to break stuff quickly enough to actually remove the DPS that they needed to be able to try to pull back that match.
All right. Next match is coming up quick, so let's take a very brief look at the bands before we head on over there. All right, talk to me a little bit about what we're seeing here.
Yeah, so aggressively mid tier coming out in the next match here against Alabama Redacted. Aggressively mid tier, we're seeing an Armageddon, Drek, Zarm, Guardian, Tholos ban. And again, like Kevin pointed out earlier, we see a Zarm ban very common. Aggressively mid tiers, Rogue Capel team, they have definitely tenure in tournaments, so pretty in tune, I would believe, with the meta here. So really interesting to see. Again, we're seeing a Guardian ban, so that T2 Logi. Again, I think we're going to see a lot of that throughout the day, as that T2 Logi is going to be pretty strong in a 7-man setup.
Absolutely. And on Alabama's side, we see the Deacon in band Nighthawk, Kyries, Gila, Armageddon, Navy issue. Last match, we saw both Deacon and Thalia being fielded, it largely because if you bring the 2 of the same T2 or T1 Logi frigate, then those ships have point inflation. So if you ban just the Deacon or just the Kirin, then and you end up forcing the other comp into, if they want to bring 2 Logi frigates, they need to bring both of the same ones. That's going to decrease your point efficiency, and that can pigeonhole someone into comps that they might not be planning on bringing. Like that comp we saw last time wouldn't be able to fit with double Thalia.
Okay, with that, we've got some teams moving onto the grid, and I see a couple of pretty spicy ships that we have not seen in the AT or the AG before. And so with that, let's look to head over to the arena, and our casters can take it away.
All right, welcome back to the arena. This is going to be a spicy match. We have a Macariel in the arena. That's definitely a first for me. And we also have 2 outsiders. It'll be very interesting to see how this is going to go. Right, who is cutting with me? Okay, I'm just going to keep going for a second alone here. Okay, we got 2 pirate battleships going against each other here. We got the barges and the Macariel facing up against each other. Definitely going to be interesting. Let me take a look at that Bargus. That Bargus is going to be... Oh, those are rapid heavies. Okay, that is as expected. And the Macariel is autocannon fit. Okay, so this is going to be probably some sort of autocannon rush against, I'd say, some form of kite, because Bargus double ultras is definitely interesting. Okay, and immediately we see those parts of Rogue Capel heading inwards at Cinnabel, leading the charge, and the Side Fleet is trying to get tackled onto anything and just pin it down for the Macariel to apply some good damage.
Yeah, we see them immediately try to burn for the backhand, but those Orthruses are doing work onto the Road Capel Raptor, though he is getting reps again. They've switched targets to the Cinnabal of Iskander, who is now in getting into shields, but Seacom is taking much more and is actually already removed.
Wow, that was definitely quick. Now we see damage onto the Bargas. That's just those autocannons piercing the tank and just applying everything. I really like the call to go for the Logi right away. And yeah, now they're just going in all in for the Bargas. And the Cinnabel looks to be tanking right now. They're focusing all in on that Cinnabel, but soon the Bargas might go into clip. Also, which is interesting to note, is that those Outriders are being used for links. So they will provide fleet bursts to the fleets instead of something like a Stork. And they are probably going to be used because they're cheaper in points than a Stork or a Bifrost in this situation.
Yeah, they're definitely used to fill in. We can see that Rima and Brel from Road is doing amazing work keeping Iskander up while they're slowly chewing through the Barghest, which is going to be the main chunk of damage coming in here. So if that Bargus goes down before the Cinnamol, I think they've Road Capel's got this in the bag, unless the Bargus has some tricks to pull out at the last minute.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I also really like the play of that Raptor going in there, getting behind the lines, tackling down that Jackdaw, and just allowing the Drone Ball to keep chunking it as well. And now with the Bargus down, the Cinnabar still alive, the Osprey getting some damage, but also still being alive. We now see damage onto that Jackdaw, and it's probably not going to stay alive for much longer here. And now it's just a question of can Gadro tackle onto one more thing before that Osprey goes down, because it doesn't seem to be long for this world, as the Jackdaw is about to die here. They do need to get that Raptor free to run now and get tackled into one of those Ospreys and to pin
Yeah,
something down to actually apply some
both the
damage.
both of the Orthruses have caught or tried to catch up to Rima, who's pulled all the way to the back end of the grid. But Orthruses are fast and they project quite far. So I think that Rima is going to go down, and there they go. But they've done their job. They've kept their team alive. They've kept the mainline DPS up, and Road is just mopping up the Maulus. They're going to mop up Koneko in the Orthrus, and those are some ASB charges being pulled where you see the shields wrap back up, but those are going to run out, and then it's the end of the line.
Yeah, we saw some damage on the Raptor there at first, but it doesn't seem to be taking much more damage now. We also see damage on the Outsider, but nothing substantial, and it's not going to be enough. Even if they kill both those ships, that one Orpheus that will stay alive for maybe a bit longer will not solo this fleet. So yeah, with the first Orpheus about to go down, and the second one already taking some damage, this is pretty much a decided match for Hell with some very, very nice role and play there, getting in there and doing all the damage.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Been an interesting match. It could have gone both ways. Both teams had a lot of punch, a lot of speed, and I think Road Capel outplayed their opponents here by just grabbing that tackle just that bit faster, by applying just that bit more damage. I have to imagine all those autocannons were loaded with EMP to just ram into the shield tank setup of their
Yeah,
opponents, and they just don't deal well with that. And Road is just
yeah, absolutely.
casually mopping up.
Now it's just a question which Outsider will die first. I don't think there's any damage now left onto 3 Brand, so he will probably live. So yeah, it's just going to be taking down Big One now. That's going to be a pretty clean, almost complete 200-0, but not quite, because they did lose that Osprey. But yeah, very nice match, and with that, we can send it back to the desk for some analysis.
Well, that was a nice, quick, and bloody match. And one thing that really stood out to me there is we had one team come in with kind of the rapid light missile projection, the bar guest. Now, when we usually see that comp, oftentimes we see it with some long web ships. And this time, we didn't. Why might that have been a problem, Keith?
Yeah, I mean, I think we come into points really. We're trying to make that it's a comp that I've run with a 10-man team, and the Hyena is a really critical ship that you want to run in that comp. We've run like a triple Bargus comp. That was kind of looked like Mimitar Fleet Alliance, the Alabama redacted team that looked like they're kind of in version of it for the 7, but I think you just run out of points. You got to try to find a way to apply and then control the field. If you notice, I believe the tackle was taken off first. Uh, the aggressively mid-tier team did a good job of taking out any control that the Alabama team could have, and then they could just free run, and they tackled that Bargus and held that Barg down and just crushed the Bargus early.
Yeah, Kevin, what stood out to you in this match?
But just like Keith mentioned in there, that there was almost no control for the Barguest and Orthruses have long at least can fit long scrams. I don't have access to their fit, so I don't know if they were actually using that. That may have been their plan for what they wanted to do to try to hold off a potential rush comp, but that just was not enough to protect them from a massive amount of tackle running at them. What we saw right away happen was that the enemy Raptor just backed up and didn't die, which kept it alive into the late into the match, while that Scythe Fleet and Cinnaball were able to just run down the entire enemy composition, catching the Scythe, catching the Barghest. That there was not enough screen to protect this kitey comp from the rush comp.
Yeah, 100%. They just were missing an ability to answer to like separate out that rush comp. The most successful way to deal with the rush is to tackle individually those ships off of each other so they can't apply to the same target. And Alabama Redacted, unfortunately, while I think that was a great comp, just got out comped in the whole pick stage there. And that's sometimes the luck of the draw, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then one last thing about that match, we saw a ship that's new to the tournament scene, the Outrider.
Yeah.
What is this mining ship doing in my honorable PvP tournament?
Well, it looked like it was giving links there, and I think it stands in as an additional screen ship. Not sure if it was fit with screen or anything, but again, it's a command ship in the sake there, giving cheap links and something maybe in the MPSI Rocks match they could have definitely benefited from. So it looked like it's a cheap option to help get some links on the field and get those additional resists to make your Logi more effective.
And in
Yeah.
addition, Outrider is also very tanky for its role, its general role at least as a mining destroyer. That it's quite tanky, so it's able to provide quite a bit of screen when flown appropriately. But in some instances, we can see it very much hold up to the scrutiny of trying to screen off such a powerful comp that wants to be right on zero. But in this instance, there's only so much one scram can do.
Yeah, that 6% shield resistances per level is definitely doing a lot of work. It also has the 10% bonus to damage and hit points for drones, which lets it operate a lot like a Magus or a Pontifex, but for shield, where it has some damage that is very easy for it to apply to the target, kind of no matter where it is on grid. As we're looking towards the next match, as we get the bands up on screen, it will be between Test Alliance, Please Ignore, and the Rookie Crookie. What are we looking at here in these bands?
Yeah, I have a sad history with Test Alliance there, Murray. If you remember, we lost to them. One of the teams I was captaining, and
You
lost is
did
an
bring
interesting fit.
a comp that I saw with my eyes.
Yeah. So Test Alliance there is going to ban the Curse, Sentinel, EOS, Alligator, Armageddon. Sentinel control. This screams they don't want to see control. If I was looking at these BAMs with a Curse, Sentinel, and EOS, those are common, and the Armageddon, very common control comps. So I think we're going to see, if I had to guess, we'll see maybe another rush comp coming at a test there, and they probably just don't like the Alligator.
I'm gonna take a stand and say I disagree. I think that we're going to see jam control, and that the reason they are banning EOS, Alligator, and Armageddon are because they're very strong drone comp ships. That they're very much the backbone of drone comps, and drone comps are the best counter to control because drones don't care if the ship got jammed. The drones don't care if the ship got damped. The drones don't care. And so they're a way to circumvent that control. And I think that we might be seeing a control comp from test with those bands. It just won't be TD control.
Yeah,
100%.
that makes a lot of sense. On the other side, the thing that stands out for me really is the combination of Hugin, Rapier, carries. Obviously, the two long web cruisers, if you're going to ban one, you kind of have to ban the other because they're basically the same ship. And then the carries as well, with its lower point cost for long range kiting slash fly killer kind of comps. Those three ships really are taking out that core block of control that comps looking to kite around the arena love to use.
Yeah, 100%. And it'll be interesting to see what comes out of test there. Controller rush. I have a theory on day one, Murray and Kevin, that a lot of teams like to bring rush on day one and to feel out how the meta rush is a comfortable thing. It can be easier for newer teams. So it'll be really interesting to see what comes out. We'll see who's right. I would say we could take bets, but I think that's frowned upon. for the tournament.
You're welcome to bet and lose your channel points. I don't know if we have predictions up on this stream. Maybe we do, maybe we don't.
Either
But
way, though, there is no Zarmaz ban and there is no Guardian ban, which
Correct.
that Guardian ban I think is very interesting. The lack of a Guardian ban is interesting because have seen frequently Guardian being the backbone of a lot of control comps that want to be able to spread out those reps, be able to hold up 5 things at once, and be able to cap someone up at the same time. Guardian's very, very good for that. And I think we might be seeing Guardian or Zarmaz in this match if I'm going by more bets being placed down.
Yeah, we're
yeah.
placing a lot of bets here, Kevin. I hope you can pay up, man. I hope you can pay up.
Well, I'll make one bet of my own, which is that so far we've seen the Tholos banned twice, and this time neither team has blinked and looked to ban it on the last set. And so if we see some more comps going straight to the face, we may see a Tholos enter the grid. Although as I look at a team arriving in the arena, the odds of that are
Yeah,
going a little down.
I feel like you might be a little bit right. We don't see, I don't know. I feel like I might get owed some money after this. I don't
You might, you might.
know.
All right. Well, in order to settle bets and see who gets to collect their first win in the Anger Games between Test Alliance and Rookie Crookie, we will head on over to the arena.
All right, welcome back to the arena, and we have another very interesting matchup here. We have 2 times pretty much a heavy control medium gun spam setup, but there is this one ship that's sticking out to me. That is that Megatron Navy issue. What can you tell me about that?
So the Megathron Navy issue is a very heavy ship in what is traditionally, as you said, medium gun span. That said, it's not quite the same thing. It's similar, but not exactly the same. We've got a Ashimu Harbinger Navy, 2 Deacons, Astarte Zealot for that traditional medium gun span. But the other side, we have a Munin, a Sacrilege, a Megathron Navy, kind of some ships that are less seen in the tournament. Certainly the Munin being an interesting pick.
Yeah, especially considering this is already the third Munin we had in this arena, which is kind of wild to me. Also, the Sacrilege is also very interesting and not seen too often in this tournament setting. But it's going to be interesting to see if the red team here, Test, can actually take the advantage by just being faster and not having that one battleship to slow them down. But we'll see. Also, we have the double Ashimu, so they will go ham with all the webs on each other. But yeah, as we start here, we see immediately red team pulling back and blue team pushing in as expected.
Yep. We have the Munin leading the charge, Sacrilege right behind it, Ashimu coming as well, all trying to go in and get that initial tackle. The Mauler and the Ashimu on the other side are trying to make sure that they don't get in. We've got some drones going across the field, but right now both teams not really applying that much damage.
Yeah, we see just some sporadic damage there on the Pantifex. As I say that, a lot of damage there on the Yoshimu, basically whatever, killing its shield in one shot. And yeah, now the Yoshimu, it's a good call in my opinion, because they have to get rid of those long range webs, get the full control on their side by having an Yoshimu and just killing that Yoshimu first. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if they can kill it under Executor reps, because that Executor is providing a lot of reps onto that Ashimu, or it's gonna be in a second as soon as it gets in range. I'm not sure
Yeah,
if they can actually break that.
the Ashimu struggling a little bit, but starting to hold now as the exec perhaps moves in a little bit closer for reps. Tackle going across the board. Navy Harbinger looks to be fairly well caught here. Perhaps not their first choice of what to kill, but what they were able to grab. The entire team now getting right on top of that Navy Harbinger. The Navy Megathron well within damage range, absolutely lighting it up.
And at this point, it doesn't really matter what you tackle, it is good you tackle something, and then you can just start blasting it in the face. We now see a damage switch onto the Executor. Really good call in my opinion. They don't have to full focus on that Ishimu. If they want to win this, they have to pull their range, they have to kill that Executor, get rid of the Ishimu, and just continue the kite and keep on going without that Harbinger Navy issue, accept the loss. But we'll see how that goes now for them. Also
And
see
then we
some
see the
damage to
two
those deacons.
Ashimus. Sorry, we see the two
You
Ashimus
go ahead.
sitting on top of each other. Uh, Possibly the next target to take down here for blue for Rookie Krookie, as they want to get rid of those webs so that they can continue to chase it down the rest of the team.
Yeah, and it is also to know that those deacons are rather close because they have to be. Lottery range is not great on those frigates, so they have to stay close if they want to apply some reps to the Ashimu. Which also does mean that they are within nuke range of the other Ashimu, which makes the life really hard for them. But we now see a lot of damage on the Maulers, so yeah, they just have to get rid of that control, kill the Maulers to apply damage to the Executor. After that, get rid of the Ashimu. They can still win this. This is not a done match, but it is looking like Test is in the backseat at the moment. They have to do something drastic to still win this, with their Ashimu now being below half armor.
Yeah. With that said, now they're able to apply damage to that Excur. If they can take this, they can take the enemy Logi out, and they still have Logi up. That puts them in at least a favorable position. With that said, with those webs gone and the Test Ashimu running free, it's going to be a struggle for them.
It also looks like the Ishimu just activated his armor wrapper and looks to be really, really tanky because he's just wrapping up that armor and not really going down anymore. With all the damage still applying to him, he seems to be tanking just fine.
Yep,
Whereas
the
the
exact
Deacon of Dante is tackled and looted and in a very, very rough spot. And the other Deacon now has the choice: do I stay close, save my buddy, or do I pull range in case he dies? Like what
and
just
it doesn't
happened.
matter.
But yeah, now
He's
Chuck
dead.
is in DPS range as well.
The exec, you can see, is on the very far side, well protected by his friends. Even with the range on the test team, it's just not going to be enough to be able to apply damage to him. Especially
Yeah,
now
and I
that they are
like
short several battleship or battle cruisers. Excuse me.
definitely. I like that they are shooting the Yoshimu now to force the Executor close again. If the Yoshimu wants to live, they have to get the Executor close again. Like Ruki has to bring that Executor in. But I don't think it's going to be enough here to actually apply enough damage to the Executor to kill it in time and then still be able to continue the kite. Especially because we're somewhat getting close on time, like with 2 minutes on the clock. I don't really think they can still get back there with a point. But hey, the match is not over yet. They're still going.
Yep. The Ashimu, notably, the Test Alliance Ashimu had guns, whereas the rookie Ashimu was full nuke fit, meaning that those guns were probably turned off, kind of giving the advantage to the rookie Kruki Ashimu in that little fight that they had. And that also means that the Ashimu is going to be turning off guns, or at least making it very uncomfortable for the Zealot and the Mauler to be able to even shoot anything, even if they were able to do damage, appreciable damage to it.
Yeah, and that Zealot, it is tanky, but it is not gonna tank forever. And yeah, just as I say that, I think it just entered assault damage control mode, so it is gonna take a lot of damage now, and probably gonna die within the next few seconds here. We see a lot of damage on the Executor now. They might still get that Executor down. The Astarte living to win. But yeah, as I said, I don't think even if they take down the Executor now, it's not going to be enough, especially with the Astarte already being tackled down by the Pontifex, actually. It's really interesting. Getting the Lynx ship in with weapon scram, tackle down that Astarte.
Yeah, both the Mauler and the Astarte are tackled at this point. The Deacon is even taking a little bit of damage. The Mauler is getting chunked. A single Deacon being up is certainly annoying for Rookie Krookie, but it is not going to stop them from being able to take anything out with their entire team still completely up, with the exception of the Maulus. So that whole DPS core is
Yeah,
still there. They're just eating through this. They were able to eat through ships when two Deacons were up. They're certainly able to eat through when one Deacon is up.
yeah, and now it's 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Honestly, now I'm just excited to see if the Executor is still gonna die. But yeah, all damage has pretty much now dropped off it because it can just sit at a comfortable range and stay alive for the rest of the match easily. So yeah, I think with this, the match is pretty much decided, and there was a really nice executed play there by Rookie Crookie to check which targets they should shoot, get on them, and just blast them to pieces. So yeah, with 3 seconds left, we go. We can send it back to the desk for some analysis.
Hello and welcome back. And deep in the echoes of my mind, I can hear someone trapped away from talking about the arena, Wingnut Cross. He's whispering to me. He says, "Talk about that Blaster Mega Navy issue." So, Kevin, talk to me a little about the Blaster Megathron Navy issue.
So recently, yeah, as in the past few months, the Megathron Navy issue got a speed bonus. It's because of its got the plate mass penalty reduced by a bonus. The because of that, Megathron Navy issue can kind of go a little bit faster. It's still not a fast ship, but it's a little bit quick enough to keep up. And so with that Mega Navy, we saw it being able to actually close and get that blaster DPS applying to the octo comp, or nearly octo comp at least, of test, and we're able to apply that high DPS ammunition right into their face and win the match off of it.
Yeah, I feel like I said we were gonna see Rush. I just thought Test was gonna bring Rush, not Rookie Crookie there. So I got it backwards, but it doesn't matter. 50% counts somewhere. And you're absolutely right. Test was able, or Rookie Crookie was able to run down the Test pseudo octo comp in a 7-man comp and catch Soldaris, I believe, in the why am I
Harbinger
blanking on the
Navy,
name of the battle?
I
Harb
believe.
Navy, thank you. Caught the Harb Navy early, and at that point, it was just picking off the damage and that kind of thing. So, Rookie Crookie doing a great job in that rush comp and running the down. I believe those Ashimus, I would hope, have webs on them, and that would be the objective. Is that Test needed to stiff arm, but again, we're seeing the problem in a 7-man comp with running some of the traditional like gun comps that we've seen in ATs. You've got to have an answer to try to apply. And Test just wasn't able to effectively apply to anything to get some good damage. I personally maybe would have tried to pick that exec early, but the exec pilot did a great job of staying alive and keeping that situational awareness and burning back and forth. So
And we
Yeah,
also saw the
absolutely.
difference between that gun Ashimu versus Newt Ashimu being in full effect. That with those Newts, they were able to put a bunch of pressure on those Deacons. Deacons only get 2 mid slots. They get a prop mod and a cap inject. That's all they got. So they're very, very susceptible to being hit for Newts to shut them off and to really hamper their ability to put out reps. And with those reps being so pressured, they weren't able to hold up even before the Mega Navy got into range. That the Mega Navy is slower than the rest of the comp still. It took extra time to get there, but they weren't able to hold even in during that time.
yeah, the Rookie Crookie Ashimu was like full setup for control there with Newts, and I'm assuming Webs. And Test tried to pick that early, which makes sense because that was probably the thing they were afraid of the most, being a gun comp. But unfortunately, they weren't able to get it down, and they just didn't have an answer for the rest of that rush comp to hold it away. And Test or Rookie was able to run around.
Yeah, so with the next match coming up, let's pull up the bands and just do a very quick 30 seconds, quick impression, and we'll kick it to the arena.
Yeah, we're seeing Armageddon banned for a second time by future Reckland Decadence. The Deacon, Mollis, carries, and Loki there again screams, "Hey, I don't want to see control. I don't want to see the webs, that kind of thing." I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going with Rush all day. I might get it wrong. I don't know. When I
We'll
I'm not
see.
feel
gonna
like we might
say
see another.
But in any
I will
case,
not say that it's control this time.
in any we'll find out as we head to the arena with commentators Nuke and Svein to show us the. Oh, sorry, we're still with Tien and Deebs, but we're going to the arena to see what's in store for us here with Yabby's Baddies and future Reckland Dissidents.
Welcome to the arena. This is Deebs, joined here with Tian. We have two teams on the board. Maybe one of these is a rush, and we just don't realize it, but I don't think so. Starting with blue team, we've got a alligator, double gila, stork, jackdaw, hyena, scimitar. What's red bringing?
On the red side, we have another medium gun spam with the Omen Mauler, Exec Navy, Augurer, Harbinger, Proxy Navy, and an Astarte. So yeah, we have once again that medium gun spam, but this time with no control, like not a lot of control, no web variation.
Yeah, not really any control on either side. No E-War, no webs, or no long webs at any rate. Nothing like that to actually impact anybody. It's just basically a straight DPS race. Can people apply damage correctly?
Yeah, we do have that hyena, which probably has some webs, but I would guess also target painters just to make sure those medium drones apply. So my guess is that Augurer will have a hard time with all those medium drones from the Gilas and the Alligator just rushing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally missed that hyena there. Good call. We'll see what that happens. The countdown is going to be starting in just a moment here, I believe. And 30 seconds until match start.
Here we go. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think that the red team is probably going to mostly use the Mauler and the Omen as tackle. So those will probably run in, and I would go for the Simi and one of the Gilas. But yeah, we'll see what those go for. And then also see how the Hyena keeps them away.
Yeah, notably, they did start fairly far back. Started, it looks like, at about 30 clicks away. So they have a long way to go coming in directly across the arena. They're starting 80 kilometers away from the enemy team and a fast shield team. It's going to be a bit of a run for them to catch up.
Yeah, and as expected, the Hyena is immediately taking damage, while the drones are not yet deployed, but they will soon be. But there is to consider that the drones do have some travel time, so they will take some time to reply. But it looks like Blue Team might be going for an MGD here. They're heading straight for the beacon, see if they actually use it.
The hyena looks to have caught. He's got transversal up. Jackdaw struggling just a little bit in shields, and now we're starting to see the damage come onto the omen.
I'm not sure about the Omen as first call. I would like maybe just shoot the Omen with missiles and then try to get behind them, get on that Augurer. Because as long as that Augurer is alive, they will struggle. And so is the Hyena. The Hyena is taking a lot of damage. Those medium railguns will hit hard, but it is tanking for now.
Struggling a little bit, getting punched through shield. Notably, the hyena having to spend some mid slots that would be shield tank on those webs to actually be useful. We're not really seeing webs go across. There's no excess of tackle being applied here, but red team is now getting well into blue team's business, and we're starting to see damage really get applied.
Yeah, that Scimitar is also taking a lot of damage there. We saw some damage on the Exec, we saw some damage on the Omen, now we see some damage on the Astarte. I'm not too sure. I think they would have to focus a bit more with their drones, get them on one target and try to blast through it. Looks like, I was going to say it looks like they're shooting the Exec Navy now with all of it, but as I say that, the Astarte is taking a lot more damage again. It might just be a split, maybe a tactical choice to see if they can confuse the Augurer. Let's see how that works.
The scimitars managed to pull away, not tackled, uh, but they lost the hyena while the scimitar was distracted and away from it out of rep range.
Yeah, now the Omen is taking a lot of damage. They might trade the Omen, but I'm not sure if Omen is a good trade for the Hyena, especially with the Jackdaw taking a lot of damage now. And the Simi might not be in range to apply full reps, but the Jackdaw seems to be fine for now.
That scimitar also probably well the way through its ASB charges, meaning that it can't afford too many more boosts, and can it afford to actually sit down and reload? That's a good question.
Yeah, Stork is taking a lot of damage now. So is the Exec Navy and the Astarte still. So I wasn't sure about this call, but it looks like they might just be breaking through the Ogre reps. And now it's just a question, can they keep the Simi and that Stork as maybe as well, keep them alive? But it doesn't really look like it at the moment with the Simi going into armor.
Yeah, it looks like the Simi had to come in to give some reps around and has paid for it with his life, meaning that now blue team here is short Logi. That Jackdaw's going to go down quickly, probably followed by everything else.
Yeah, and without Logi, every HP that is lost is completely gone for blue team. They have some shield regen, but that's not gonna save them the match. That being said, the Gila and the Alligator still will have quite the buffer, so they might still be able to break something, especially because they have all their high-end DPS still alive. But yeah, now we see some damage onto the Alligator. Red team just trying to get rid of all the high DPS that is left.
Yeah, we saw the Stork go down, so no more links for blue, meaning those shield hit points that they're losing constantly are going down even more. They have managed to kill the Mauler, but the vast majority of the red team DPS is still up.
Yeah, they are going for the Harbinger now. Okay, it has less resistances. Still, I'm not too sure about that call. But it seems to be taking a lot of damage here, and they might actually be able to break that. But is it gonna die before the Alligator? I do not think so. And there is no safe place for the Gilas in this arena. Like, they cannot run somewhere because those medium guns, the railguns, and the lasers will hit pretty much everywhere.
And notably, the Augur is still up. That Harbinger certainly in some danger, but not that much, especially with that Alligator now dipping into armor and rapidly going to hit structure.
Yeah, I think what Future Reckoning could have done better here to maybe win this match would have been to go for that Augur earlier, because like the Augur is untouched. It has not been having to tank at all, and that is a big problem in my opinion. Because now with only the two Gilas left, I don't think they can break anything. Like all damage is on the Exit Navy, but it is just tanking fine.
Yeah,
And
you can
even if
also
they kill
see
the Exit
that.
Navy, it's not gonna change.
Yeah, you can also see damage split heavily around. The Harbinger's still taking some damage there. The Exec Navy taking damage. The Astarte in 75% armor. I I think that their lack of calling primaries really hurt them here. They were not able to put all of their DPS on one target all at the same time at any point during the match. It felt like.
Yeah, definitely. And now it's just one Gila left. It's not gonna be pretty. I'm wondering if this Gila might go for the Edge of Glory. It's not gonna get close to the record, but it might still try. But it looks like it's just gonna keep shooting, applying some damage, which is probably not gonna matter that much.
It is heading towards the MJD. It could take this. It is now a long
Yeah.
ways away, so it's taking very little damage, but at the same time unable to apply its own.
Yeah. Droids are
Let's
just
see if
constantly
that
chasing.
activation happens.
CGF's in local already, but still 1 minute left in the match. See, is gonna do it? Nope, it seems to be dying before he can activate the MJD. So,
There's a
teams.
there's a request in local to let him MJD, but alas, not honored. And with that, the match is over, and we'll send it back to the desk.
Hello and welcome back to the desk. First thing I want to talk about, Keith, that augur ended the match with not a scratch of damage even to its shields. How is the
Yeah,
augur managing this against gilas and alligators?
yeah, he's doing a good job of knowing the range of the Gila and Alligator with their heavy missiles. They just weren't able to get anything there. And I think another thing to note, you see the difference between really what was a drone comp. I don't know if I want to call that a missile comp versus like an instant application of the gun comp, they were just able to get damage on targets very quickly and start putting a lot of pressure and utilizing like damaging this to bring the scimitar back in range and then nuke the scimitar. So really great job on target calling and getting damage. And then again, to your point, the auger pilot, I think they wanted to try to go for him, and I feel like maybe that would have been a better call early, but they just had no way to get back there with that hyena getting pressured really early.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely. It was some good piloting, and what stood out to me, right, was even when some ships were dying, right, the Omen was gonna get popped. He did not burn in too close to try and save his buddy because he knew, look, we lose that cheaper cruiser, that's fine, we'll still win the match. But if I get too close and I die, then it's over. And so some really good piloting from the auger there.
A
What else
hundred
stood
percent.
out to you, Kevin?
The thing that really stood out to me was how often the drones were being forced to burn around the arena and to reposition onto new targets. As Keith mentioned, this is a drone comp much more than it is a missile comp. The problem with drones is that they need to go and get the target they want to shoot at. They need to spend the time burning between targets every time you switch, which means that on the one side, if you're in a octocomp that has lots of mobility that can switch targets and can say, well, it's okay that the exec navy is getting shot. It can back off and drag the drones away from everything else in the fleet. And once those drones drop off, it'll be fine and be able to burn back in again. And if they want to switch back to those to if they want to shoot the exec navy again, they need to wait for the drones to burn all the way back. And if they want to stop shooting the exec navy, the drones need to burn all the way across the arena again, which led to these long periods of time where very little DPS was getting kicked out by those Gilas in the alligator. Even though they have very substantial DPS output, they don't get the instant application that these rail and beam ships do get.
Yeah, 100%. I noticed the same thing, and it seemed like the drone comps, as our or live team on the field said, like there wasn't a primary target. They had a damage in a lot of places, and maybe that was intentional. It wasn't on their comms. They were trying to split up, see what they could apply to better, and then all focus on one target. We've seen that used sometimes, but again, it just wasn't in one place. And I feel like you can call that comp with an alligator and the Gilas somewhat of a rush comp because you do want to be on top of your targets. I feel they didn't have a good way, or at least have something in your comp that allows you to control the field to be able to slow something down so you can get the drones on it. They didn't have that at that point. I feel like you have to commit. The Alligator's got some pretty thick tank. Aguila's got a pretty thick tank for a cruiser. You've got to go in and tackle those stuff and get on top of them because I don't think the rail comp's going to want you on top of them either, and you're going to apply better at close range than those guns. You can maybe mitigate some damage by getting your transversal up and that kind of thing, and apply those drones so it's just instant drone application. We're at 0 versus 70.
Yeah, and they did have a hyena at the start. They started
They
with a
did.
hyena, and they were trying to. But the problem is that a hyena is very squishy. Hyenas
Yep.
die very easily. And especially against a composition like this one that can transmatch a hyena, line up the angular velocity vectors and hit it really hard, really quickly. We saw it almost get snapped right off the board. And then
Yeah.
it did get snapped in the middle of the arena while it was trying to pivot around to get into the backline to get into that auger. That they put a lot of faith into a ship that doesn't have super long range webs and is not very tanky to screen an entire enemy composition. That if this was a rush, they would have ran into the same problem. In this instance, he couldn't keep that alive because they can't screen for the hyena. The hyena is the only thing that can screen for them, and because
Yeah.
the simi needs to commit to stay up with the hyena to keep it alive, the scimitar gets itself into a troublesome situation and then dies. This comp has that massive problem that it's relying on and two ships that need to be positioned in a very specific way to be functional, and that positioning puts them in a lot of danger that can be taken advantage of.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I
100%. I
think
think they go ahead, Murray.
one of the topics that kind of comes out of that, right, is particularly for a ship like the Hyena, deciding when in a match you are willing to go in and try and sacrifice yourself to make a key trade, right? Say, is it worth me trying to dive that auger and kill it, even if I die? Versus, right, oh, I'm just going to stay back, I'm going to stay with my team, not going to die, and I'm just going to screen kind of their front line or something. And what kind of decision making do you think can impact that when the enemy team is something like these medium beams?
I think they had to make a call. Like you set the comp up with you're kind of a mixed damage profile of drones and missiles. And we said the auger, hey, was able to keep out of your missile range. You've got to, at this point, you see that comp against you. You see the pressure on your Hyena. I think you have to commit. You have to be more aggressive than that team was, because the beam rail comp is going to sit there and they're going to shoot you, and they really don't really care about the ranges you're at least the drone control ranges, because you're not going to outkite that. And I believe the best decision, maybe, yeah, you're set up for kite. The best opportunity they had with the Gator and the Gilas is to get on those guns and try to get on top of them. And they may have been able to push through, because I think you're going to push through an Omen. You're going to push through some of those T1 resist with that damage. They just never had the ability to with the mix of damage profiles they had.
Yeah, there might
And
have
one
been
of
an
the nice things to note there too, right, is if you do manage to get that auger in a spot where you're getting damage on it, you also, because you're running those medium drones, you only need to do that once, right? Obviously, eventually drones might start not quite working as well, but they will just keep following the target even if that target dips back out of range. Whereas, right, if you were, say, just a missile comp and you caught that auger for a little bit, you hit it a few times, but it bounces back out, now you've lost a large part of your clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
And
they didn't as Keith is mentioning there, that they didn't try to like just commit through their comp, get the drones on it, hit and kill it early on. If their simi lives and their og dies, and the enemy og dies, Gila comp is in a very good position.
But I think
Yeah.
this highlights what we talked about earlier in the intro too. The struggle that you have in a 7-man setting versus a 10. Gila Alligator, that comp in a 10-man setting, you probably throw in what, a couple T3 destroyers, maybe. Maybe you throw in some assault frigates. You have that additional screen, like Kevin said, for the Hyena, keep the Hyena alive, to go out and grab things for it, and it becomes really strong. What we're missing here is you don't have those support elements. So we're seeing, as this tournament starts to play out, like the struggle on how do we build what we see that was competent and great in the AT into something that can work in a 7-man setting. And ships have to start playing multiple roles. We saw the Outrider, right, being a link ship and maybe a scram ship. We saw the difference in the Ashimus and that kind of thing. So the teams that are going to be successful here are going to be the teams that can find a way to make a Gila a screen ship and a damage ship, or just as an example. Not that I necessarily am condoning that behavior, but those are the teams that are going to be like, how can I get more out of my ships and not just pigeonhole them in a specific role?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
the
thing that
thing
stands
that
out to me there, which like is really the thing that jumps out to me when I look at the difference in comps, is in the AT, right? That medium drone comp, it might be 2 alligators and 3 gilas. And instead, it's only the 1 alligator, the 2 gilas, and a jackdaw. And so that difference of -1 alligator, -1 gila, -1 jackdaw as well. How does that lack of damage change how you need to think about the match, Kevin?
I think that without that damage, you're not able to push through Logi as much as you could in an alliance tournament setting. We mentioned in a few matches back how the Logi hasn't changed from AT, but the amount of DPS that you can kick out has changed. If we saw that extra DPS, we might be able to see them snap that through that Omen early on. That reduces the incoming damage, that reduces the amount of pressure they can put on the Hyena, what it needs to screen, all that kind of stuff. In addition, because of the format having just fewer people, that means that a comp like this that really, really, really wants damps on it can't have any damps. That if this comp had some damps, suddenly those front runners can't actually do damage, and only the big fat head battle cruisers are in long range ammunition in range, and that's all they can do. And suddenly it goes from like six ships are doing damage at a time to ships are doing damage at a time, and the hyena isn't as pressured, and the scimitar isn't as pressured, and all of that can come together a lot more evenly if this had some more control in it as well. Well, all these elements that need to fit together to make it an effective composition, and it's just difficult to do on a 7-man comp.
Okay. So, as we got a little bit of extra time here, we are missing a match as one team got Thanos snapped or something. Let's pull up the bands for the next match if we can, and talk a little bit about them and just the bands that we've seen so far throughout the tournament. Any luck on bands? No. Well, we can talk about the ones that have already happened. I think the ones in particular that stood out to me is we've seen a lot of bans on the T2 Logi cruisers. And while we did see the Scimitar last match, a lot of people have been keeping out things like the Guardian, like the Aneros. Any particular reason we think that might be?
We mentioned it a lot where the Logi hasn't changed much. The rules on what it can fit, all that kind of stuff. They're pretty good still. Especially T2 Logi cruisers are very, very robust. They're very hard to kill in this format. But and so you want to ban out the ones that are biggest and scariest to your composition. We see a lot of Oneros bans, we see a lot of Guardian bans because of it, because those are the ones people don't want to need to find a way to kill. They're very tough.
The other block I'm seeing, Keith, and especially on the other stream as well, between those matches, is a ton of long web bans. And why, again, just going back to our conversations, what are we really looking to avoid when we're banning out those long webs?
I think Keith got Thanos snapped as well. But
Oh, his voice is gone too. Oh no, he's just dead.
people
Oh
are
well.
are dropping like flies here. The long web bands, I think, is a very interesting one where people, even though it's hard to fit both long webs and dams into the same composition, that if you can manage it, especially if we see like Hugin comps and stuff like that, it's just so hard to get in. Especially if as Keith has mentioned in the past, that with the early on in the tournament, people like to do rush. They like to do lots of simple stuff. They don't want to show off their really cool, awesome, super secret stuff yet. They want to hold on to that until next week, that kind of thing. You want to get rid of those big scary ships that are very good at countering those simple compositions, like Rush, like Octo, like these very common stuff.
Yeah, and I think particularly in the 7-man format, uh, without with the fewer pilots, you have fewer people that you can afford to expend on ships that can fill some of the roles that those long web ships can take over. A big one that stands out to me is kind of that suicide tackle, right? Of like, hey, I've got a vengeance, I've got a Nurgle or something, and it's going to be hard for us to kill that frigate Logi or that T2 Logi cruiser. But if we just send him in and he holds them for a little bit, they'll die and the match goes great. When you have fewer pilots and it's harder to afford to spend one of those slots on one of those people, then suddenly a long web ship that can potentially do that and also not explode at the same time becomes all that much more valuable. On top of the
Yeah.
useful application for things like the medium drones or the rapid lights or the medium guns, all of which we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I think you and Keith before had a really good point on basically the amount of personnel you can have, and there are ships in Eve that do one thing extremely well if you fit them for that one thing, and you simply can't anymore if you don't have the pilots to pilot them. And the long range ships, the Hugins and Rapiers, suffer from well, anemic DPS. So while they bring great utility, they don't have the DPS. So you need a bigger top end, but then you need help with application, and then you need the small stuff to come in and either screen or grab or tackle stuff for you. So it's going to be an interesting meta, different from the AT, as Keith pointed out. and we are gonna keep an eye on things. I expect, for example, a Loki to be banned a lot because it brings both DPS and those long range webs.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of these ships that might go in compositions, what kind of compositions have we not seen yet that you all are perhaps looking forward to, or you think might pop their heads up a few times in this tournament?
I'm
I
really
will
missing
defer
heavy
to
control.
Kevin.
I'm really missing heavy control comps. I talked a lot about how control is very strong in this because there's just fewer ships you need to jam, fewer ships you need to DD, all that jazz. And we haven't, at least in Arena 2, here over here, we haven't seen a lot of those kind of two or three ships being dedicated to Evor. We've seen a Maulus here and there, or things of that nature. But those heavy control comps, if you can coordinate your Ewar effectively, can be incredibly effective, especially in a setting like this where there's only so many ships that can be brought, only so many targets that need damping at any given moment.
Yeah, when it comes to ships that can do more than one thing, as Ren was saying, it's pretty hard to beat something like a curse. It's got newts and TDs and drone damage all packed into one box. What do you think, Ren? What are you looking forward to?
I always tremendously enjoy seeing the hyper kitey bullshit. Just say it. I think last AT we had one or two teams who brought Artie Sleipnirs backed with Artie Cinnables. I think that was Baz's team did one of them, and it's just we want this gone off grid from the get go, gone, and then from there you go next. It's the opposite of control, but it's also not quite a ham or AC rush. Um, I would be very excited to see some high-end execution of that style, but I doubt it because historically it's been very difficult to pull off in an arena setting, and historically it's also not been that successful.
There have been many times I've seen Odin's Call land on grid in armor insert missile ship here that's not supposed to be armor. And I say, I don't know how that's going to work for him. And sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't. Either way, it's something that is very high execution to pull off and is certainly interesting to see. Let's see, what else have we seen in the bands?
Let's look
We've
at this
seen
week this batch's bands. How about it? We're looking
love.
at love that. Looking at from Bump It Away, Hugin, Arbitrator, Curse, Armageddon, Maulus. Lots of control bands there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and we see the long-range webs, and we see strong links in the Claymore. So we see the Nighthawk and Claymore, so that might be a lot of the shield comps links going out the door right away, unless you want to risk bringing a Stork and getting it volleyed off grid. I'm not sure what to make of this. I do see that Zarm maintains its status as one of the main bans going out every round.
Yep, we're all
yeah,
looking at Sleipnir, Claymore, and Nighthawk all being banned. Means that like all of the strong rush comps, those that have that core battle cruiser, have been banned out. We're probably not going to see a shield rush at least. We've seen one armor rush so far.
yeah.
Yeah,
Particularly,
arm
the real hatred for those battle cruisers stands out. I will admit that I'm not sure how effective banning the Hugin is if you don't ban the Rapier, because they are basically the same shit. But they have done that, and they've banned a lot of other TD and damp controls, so they're certainly looking to keep this match more towards the higher damage options, if anything.
the
I think we
Rapier
might
is
see.
a little squishier though than the Hugin, so maybe they're just hoping to ignore it, volley through it.
Or they're baiting out the Rapier because they have a perfect counter. They've thought 5
Maybe.
steps ahead.
For sure. I think we might be seeing something a bit more kitey looking at these bands where or you don't want to get TD or GD down. Oh, so you're going to ban Arbitrator Curse. You don't want to get Damp down, so you're going to ban Mala. It's enforced carries and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly seems like these teams want to start doing some damage to each other with as much force as possible. And we'll get to see that as we head to the arena where the teams are getting set up on grid.
Welcome to the arena. We have blue team here. It's in a gunboat setup. It looks like a shield gunboat. We got two Feroxes, one of them being a Ferox Navy, Cinnable, Moas, Phantasm, Osprey. Very classic shield gunboat here.
On the other side, we have a even more classic armor octo. So we'll see which is stronger, armor or shield, running the exact same type of comp, same strategy, just different ways of tanking.
Absolutely. Generally in these matchups, the shield comp has an advantage for higher DPS output, and the armor comp will need to use the fact that they should be able to have a little bit more range from having tracking computers in the mid slots, a little bit more utility maybe, more newts to that utility to even out the DPS gap.
One thing that's notable here is that red team has a Vexer as one of their cruisers, whereas blue has three uh, gun cruisers. So that Vexer not being quite as much damage as its Omen and Mauler counterparts. That may be relevant. Maybe the shield DPS would already be higher enough that it doesn't matter.
Well, that Vexer does look like a full Newt Vexer. I don't see any guns mounted on it. Although I will say this Mauler, we've seen a few Newt focused Maulers earlier in the matches. This Mauler is a gun Mauler. It has every turret slot filled, and those look to be beams to me. So that's about what I'd expect to see in a gunboat like this.
The armor octo also warping at a closer distance. They're very near to the center, whereas blue warping a little bit further, um, maybe hoping to use some of their better range on their railguns with the Feroxes and Ferox Navy.
Here we go, 5 seconds. I'm starting to see links go off, and we'll see. I expect that we're going to see blue start to pull back at the start, and red's going to chase. We'll see how that works out. Well, red's coming in,
Seems
but
like
blue's
both pushing
also
in.
going into him.
Vexer is the first primary for blue team.
That makes sense. It's the utility of the red team. Those newts, it's going to be their main tackle, but their Osprey is getting chunked
taking
here.
so much damage. With that Osprey down, that's going to be a huge advantage in the DPS race.
Absolutely. I'd expect to see blue try to swap to the Augur after this Vexer goes down. You really can't spend too much time as the only team without Logi on grid. The snowball effect of that is just too strong.
Augur starting to run away.
He
And
is,
now
and
being
looks like
shot.
the Cinnable of Spud is running after him to get that tackle on. Spud is right on top of him now. We should see. I'm not seeing tackle from him though, but that Og is also melting.
Dying very quickly. At the same time that Ferox is going down, seems like red team has a pretty substantial DPS advantage at this point.
I don't know. They still have about even amounts of DPS ships on grid. It's only DPS ships left for both sides now. It's just going to be a DPS race from this point on. Who can manage, stay in their optimal ranges, make sure you're using your heat to your advantage, and you have your right ammo loaded. That's what matters now.
The lasers of Team Red are also coming in very useful here against the full shield comp of blue, hitting right into the resistance holes where these railguns shooting Kintherm are okay into armor, but not quite as good as lasers into shield. Trading an
Yeah,
Omen for a
absolutely.
Ferox, this second Ferox Navy, and third shield.
These Feroxes died extremely quickly. I'm surprised we didn't see more ASB charges going off or something similar. I think I just saw one ASB charge on that Ferox Navy, but these BCs were incredibly paper for the blue side.
Absolutely. This hard was dying fairly quickly. They potentially could have gone for that sooner. That Omen took about as much time to kill as this hard Navy.
Yeah, hard navies can be deceptively weak on their tank, especially with how much you tend to want to greed into them. But with that Ferox Navy going down, there's still an Abso on grid, which is this whole time going to be the tankiest thing on the grid. this seems like Red has won the DPS race at this point.
Seems so. This Harb is still taking damage, but it's kind of stalling. It's not taking that much damage, especially with these rep bots on it. It's dying fairly slowly.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. I guess they just want more damage, but all these targets for blue have been untackled. This Harb is not tackled. I assume their next primary will also not be tackled. They could just run off to the hills, and they're making the choice to stay to increase their DPS time. But if they chose to leave, then blue would be stuck in the water because they can't chase because they're all tackled.
Stay in while you're alive. Get the most out of yourself. Do some damage. Fant dies before the Harb.
That Cinnable evaporates.
Wow.
I think this
You-
Harb won't even die here.
We'll see. Overheat your rep
I'd
bots.
be shocked, but that Moa's starting to slow down. Harb Navy still control space.
He's
Oh,
still
he's moving
holding.
now.
It is a Navy battlecruiser. They have fairly substantial hull HP. And
That
there's
Moa
the
does
Harb.
not.
Harb lives in structure. Wow.
I think that was a target calling difference, I would say, from these two teams. Red immediately went
I
for
think,
the
yes,
Logi, and
yeah.
it paid off for him.
Going for Logi first, very important. Those T1 cruisers have a lot of output, not that much tank. Going for them first is a great first primary.
Well, it turns out that physics does say yes when it is bumped straight out of the arena with a match loss on the record. And we have a changing of the guard at the desk as we welcome Rose.
Hello.
And a person who's already helped out a few times with the desk through the day, but CCP Ren is here as well.
Good day.
And Ren, let's get started off with the difference in terms of the top end versus the low end for these teams. What kind of stood
Yeah.
out to you there, and where did it matter?
As we saw, basically a three battle cruiser core with cruiser support on both sides, except one side neatly targeted the shield command ships, meaning that they had to bring normal Feroxes and a Navy Ferox, and the other side brings Absolutions and Harp Navies, and suddenly you're looking at a much higher resistance profile and a much stronger set of links just to begin with, and it's an uphill battle from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rose, the other big difference,
Yes.
we had this armor versus shield. What lets that, what potentially
Yes.
works out for the armor team there in that matchup?
So, plus, well, including resist profiles, you also have to think of when the reps land. Now, they probably timed the reps, so you got to remember shield reps land in the very beginning. The Othru was also taken out very quickly. We also saw a number of rep bots dropped by blue before we saw most from red. And it seems like if the repping was there, they definitely used how the reps landed first for shield armor at the very end of the cycle, comparing to each other. So I would
Yeah,
say
and-
Logi definitely Logi put in some work on that one.
Well, both lodges were pretty quickly removed from grid. That equalized out
Yeah.
pretty quickly, and then you're looking at quad laser boats or 5 laser boats shooting, as our casters already pointed out, EM thermal into
Yep.
basically base resist TAC 1 shield tank ships, which have a gigantic hole in those 2 resists to begin with. So unless you expect to come up against the laser comp and fit specific hardeners for those, then it already was an uphill battle in terms of EHP and resists, and the weapon types made it even worse. I would also like to point out, near the end of the match, we saw a web land on one of the last remaining cruisers, and it's instantly deleted. It was the Phantasm, I believe. Phantasms are notoriously slippery, and it was just tackled, gone. Then they went on to the Cinnaball. Web, gone. Suddenly those large, well, they're not large, but they're the largest sized in the medium lasers. Suddenly they apply to a slippery cruiser like that, and it just evaporates. And I don't think that Bump It Away had any real shot at this. I won't say it was completely a wash, but from the start, I don't think they had much of a chance here.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. The talk of the Logi cruisers dying so fast. I've been in a few matches of this kind of mirror, and for those T1 Logi cruisers, you can hear the defeat in the pilot's voice before the match even starts. There's like, yeah, I'm gonna run straight back, and I'm gonna die, and I hope you guys win. And I think both Logi cruisers there got most of that
That is the
enjoyment
risk
out of the
of
match.
these long-range platforms where you're just nowhere in the arena safe, and that's brought them a lot of success. This is basically a six-legged version of the Octo, and Fly Swatter and whatever names the casters came up with this year. But it basically does the same. You're still in an arena, you can't run everywhere, and long-range guns will just follow you.
It's tough. But with that done, let's take a look at the bans for our next match coming up between Bright Sides and Church of the Procurer, which I'm just going to assume is Slice.
That's Slice, yeah.
I mean, all hail the Procurer, all hail the Battle Barge.
They did make them stronger recently. I don't think you can use them in the arena, unfortunately, but we'll see how
we
they
have
can
that
do
rule
without a
change?
Procurer
Like,
behind them.
I think it'd be great to see it on the field, but unfortunately, it has its own. However, we do see a Tholos ban for Bright Sides. That has
We do see
been.
the Tholos band. My personal
Looks like it's
favorite
the
here
first
is
one. Or second.
yeah, my personal favorite here is the amount of control that both sides banned out here, between the Kitsune, the Hugin Rapier, and the Carries, with a Sentinel as well, and the Vindicator. So some team definitely doesn't want to run into heavy webs, and the other team doesn't want to run into heavy ranged control.
Yeah, and I
Are
think the
we
Vindicator
potentially gonna?
really is the one that stands out to me there as something nobody's banned yet. We saw it banned a decent bit in the AT, but what is it really? What does it say when to you when you see a Vindicator ban out on the streets, Rose?
I tend to avoid Vindicators. They are big boats that like to kill your fun, like to make sure that if you want to try to do something, you don't get to do it. I think it's a smart ban from Church of the Procurer to ban the Vindicator, especially if they are really wanting to avoid super heavy control. The Vindicator being probably, I would say, top 3 for control battleships. Now, my opinion, but they really are not a fan of control with this, and I don't know. Maybe we'll see dual rush with both sides not wanting webs, not wanting damps or ECM. I don't know. We'll have to see what they bring.
Yeah, Ren, what do you make real quick of this triple E-War frigate ban from Church of the Procurer? What do they have against small ships with mid slots?
It means they're bringing something that applies awfully to small things and or at range. Think a Torp Rush. Think, I don't
Ooh, they're
know,
cooking.
something that doesn't want to deal with wasting half a clip of rapid heavies on a frigate halfway across the arena that might or might not even reach them. There's a lot
Yeah,
of things that do not like those small things that run away and you can't reach them. Even a gun rush, even like an AC, like an autocannon rush, would possibly not like being tracking disrupted and jammed and damped from across the arena.
yeah, definitely. I think particularly in comps where you're relying on a battleship or two to do a lot of damage, right? A sentinel can really be the thing that makes you sad. It can cause some real suffering because suddenly your 70-point ship is doing no damage because there's a single sentinel chucking a few TDs or GDs his way. Now, we've got both teams starting to land in the arena, and once they're all there, which looks like they about are, we can pass it off to the casters to tell us what exactly is about to go down.
So we are here on grid. We have Bright Sides versus Church of the Procurer, and it looks like Church of the Procurer has landed, and they are in a two missile battleship. I can't tell if those are. Looks like those might be rapid heavies. They are. That is a sort of Kingslayer, but only two rapid heavy battleships.
Yeah, they're relying on that extra pure high damage to hopefully push through what Red Team has brought, which is an Octo with some Trig flavoring. They have Trogger and Vedmak for damage, and Rediva for Logi. Uh, they do have a very tanky front end in those Abso in a start, so we'll see if they can tank those.
I will say, if I'm landing in a Kingslayer, I'm not super happy about seeing heavy armor and a Rediva, especially because when you only have a limited clip, getting that Rediva being allowed to spool on it can be really rough. This is a hard nut to crack.
Absolutely. They also have a fair amount of newts in that Kingslayer comp. It's just a T1 Typhoon, so it only has one heavy newt, but three heavy newts combined is enough to put a battlecruiser out of commission, unable to shoot, and potentially stall them out enough for you to clip through some damage.
Potentially, that Armageddon Navy may be looking as well to try to run the backline. If it can get those two range bonus heavy newts onto the Rediva, that would be huge. The red team is immediately trying to
Ooh,
take that damage off,
Purified
immediately
down
pops a
very quickly.
purifier.
They're pulling
That's a
hard,
big
still
deal
able to
right
hit at
there.
range.
That is a lot of the potential non-clip based damage that could kill a target if it barely didn't die to rapid heavies that is already off grid. That's going to hurt a lot for Church.
They're starting on the exec here now. A lot of heavy rep bots onto that exec. Going to be hard to kill it at this range. It seems like they're starting to clip this Rediva also. It is sitting on a bush. May look to run away using that.
Hasn't pressed the boost yet. This looks like he's wanting to get his speed up and help mitigate that heavy missile DPS.
Yeah, seems like he's just pulling away. He is in half armor, but they've used a fair amount of their clip with his local tank. He might survive.
He also has a nice cloud of rep bots on him here.
The
With
rest of his
how
team all clumped on that
he's slowed
bush.
down for a little bit there, but he's getting back up to speed now, and you're seeing that incoming DPS drop as he gets that speed up.
Starting to activate the bush, jumping in. We'll see if they go, what they go for as they land. I suspect it'll be this Executor. Their Logi, if they can get that down, it'll be much easier to push through these battleships.
That Vedmak lands at a very good position to go for the exec. This is a very good boosh out of red, and it's very well timed. Those rapid heavies are going to be going on to reload now, so blue does not have an immediate damage response onto one of these ships, even if it got forced out of position by the boosh.
Webs traded between the Kruger and the Hyena. Damage onto the Hyena. They do have. There it goes. Octo is much better at killing those small targets, especially when they spent all of their clip on that Rediva, and yet it's still not dead.
And now with that Hyena down, they don't have the availability of those paints. They still have the Bellicose paints, but not having those Hyena paints, if they decide to go for the Rediva or another cruiser-sized target, is going to matter a lot.
Seems like they're starting to clip the Vedmak here. If they couldn't get down a Rediva, seems a little sketchy that you're able to take down a Vedmak with the Rediva repping it.
Well, I don't see those reps coming out yet. The Rediva is still burning in, he should be in rep range of the Vedmak now. And with that with the exec going down, Red is going to take out this Bellicose here and completely remove Blue's ability to apply to their low end.
Vedmak's still getting lower and lower. No reps out. Not sure what's going through the Vedmak's mind. Set in local, he's reporting that his modules do not work. Truly unfortunate for him.
That
And
is
the Vedmak
unfortunate,
more
but it
so.
doesn't look like it's going to affect the outcome as Red
Oh.
just continues to clean up bottom up,
Reps starting
take out
on
the spawn
Vedmak.
effects.
Seems like
Yep.
even without the reps landing on the Vedmak, they ran out of clip right before he died. One of the huge disadvantages of rapid heavy missiles is you can run out of ammo just as the thing that you're trying to shoot is about to die, and they can survive.
That's why it also matters that that Purifier was killed so early, because that Purifier torp damage is normally what would allow you to push through that little bit extra. And now with no links, no Logi left, it is just, will Red go through these HP bricks before 3 minutes is up or not? And it looks like they will.
Yeah, starting the slow grind of those battleships without their support. They're not helpless, but they may as well be.
I mean, without paint support, the only real things you can apply to here as a rapid heavy comp is going to be the Abso and Astarte, both of which are extremely tanky BCs with their Rediva backing them up. I think Blue got a really unfortunate matchup here for Kingslayer to try to come into.
They did play into the Boosh a little bit. So they burned in, the Octo burned away towards that microjump drive beacon, and rather than pushing in further past the 100-kilometer mark where they would land, or pulling away past that 100 kilometers, they sat right there and allowed the exec to sit right where the Octo would land, did lead to it dying.
Yeah, that's not the best call. I do think that the other thing they might have been hoping would be they mess up a boost, the Logi's slow coming in, and we can just rapid heavy clip something down before the Rediva can save it. But because Red made the choice to MJD right as Blue was running out of their clip on the Rediva and had to enter reload, they never got the chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, burning that clip on the Rediva just for its tank, very brutal.
Yeah, I will.
Slowly being chunked.
Yeah, this is just the Armageddon Navy slowly getting chunked down here. I'm not even entirely sure what he's choosing to shoot at. There's not. He might just be focused on GFing because this is just a painful matchup for Blue. Luckily, they're obviously not out yet, but hey.
They do have those other matches to redeem themselves, beat the rest of the teams in their group, and get a good placement.
Absolutely. I mean, he's trying for the crewer, it looks like. I mean, go down swinging if you can. But Besot in pretty much full control of this match the entire time.
Absolutely. GF's and local.
And now we're going back to the desk to talk about that match.
All right. A pretty clean win from Bright Side of Death. Or Bright Side of whatever they've named themselves, but it's Bright Side of Death. Rose, talk to me a little about the timing of that MJD play and what kind of thought process they might have been using and why it worked out so well for them.
So MJD, being able to MJD and reposition yourself is really, really huge in any fight. Be it on TD, be it on um be it on the main server or be it on TD. Um, it basically allowed them to get another angle and reposition themselves to get how they wish and be able to get some more damage and get into the range that they need to be in while being able to protect themselves as well. Um, the bigger thing that I was noticing, at least on Slice's side, was that both the Geddon Navy and their second largest ship both had rapid heavies. If they were having to reload, they were taking anywhere from 30 to 45 seconds to reload, giving them a position where they weren't able to do damage because of that reload. Now, drones, if they have drones, that's its own thing. But that reload time is something that I don't know how long they took it into account. If they only took it into account for the first part of the match, or if they took it into for a later testing. Um,
Yeah,
but it's
absolutely.
definitely interesting to see that you bring something with such a long reload time, and you're not bringing lasers, which are instant. There is no reload on lasers. It's they go, they die, they refresh with as long as you have the crystals in your inventory. So that was interesting to see.
Yeah. What stood out to you, Ren, in terms of kind of the piloting decisions that were made throughout the course of the match?
I think it starts by the bans. You mentioned just before we switched to the arena, hey, if I happened to have a battleship, which I rely on, it would be a very sad battleship if it got its day ruined by a single EWAR frigate that basically reduces it into nothing. And we see that they bring a already reduced sort of Kingslayer, which on the Alliance tournament brings 3 of these rapid heavy missile battleships. Um, they already have one less, so they have less ways of punching through things in that one clip before they go into the reload that Rose mentioned. And so I think it starts by the bans. Um, Brightsides does a really good job there, or it's really telegraphed by Slice, and Brightsides brings a comp that can deal with it. Um, Piloting wise, I think that Brightsides, while retreating, loads the long range arrow and immediately takes out a purifier, which the commentators point out is basically the DPS bridge between the rapid heavy reloads. And without that, there is not a lot anymore that they can do with it. And on the back of that, during that reload, they get MJD'd on, the entire backhand dies to the medium guns, and then there's just 2 battleships left. So it was methodical, just a dismantling. The proper way to dismantle a team like that is you pick off the low end and then let the battleships flounder for a bit while you slowly pick them apart.
Yeah, and especially for me, kind of another example of where the poor T1 Logi cruiser with no defense has to do something about 6 ships of, well, not 6, 5 ships of medium guns and a Draugr, which, believe it or not, Draugr will track you pretty well. Uh, and it's how can live. Once they're in range, you just kind of explode, and from there the match just becomes so much harder. I think.
Yeah, you say that, but we've seen matches turned on the back of a single Logi making it out of range and staying alive and just getting those few more repair cycles off. And the Executor did what it needed to do. It pulled back, it played safe. It should have maybe recognized the MJD play and stuck closer to those battleships. But it was also kind of nullified by the timing of the MJD play there.
Yeah, absolutely. And recognizing when your opponent's going to MJD, very important. But let's take a look at the bans for the next match that we've got coming up here between Post Pod Clarity and Space Art. And we'll very quickly read through them, one impression, and we'll get to the arena.
long range webs are gone. They also don't want to
They-
meet heavy shields.
Yeah, heavy shields, no webs, a third Tholos ban on the second arena that we see. And it looks like they don't want any Loki shenanigans with that Loki being banned. They don't want to play with the different areas of the different mods that it could bring, which I don't blame them. Um,
Yeah, absolutely.
it
Those two
does.
big blocks
Yeah.
of ships getting banned out there with the long webs and the heavy shield, definitely covering that. And it looks like we've got both teams in the arena, so we'll head on over for the casters to describe a little bit more about what they've chosen to bring under those bans.
Welcome to the arena. We got Post Pod Clarity versus Space Art. And looking at the blue team here, this is an interesting one. We have a Rapid Heavy Navy Geddon and 3 Heavy Assault Missile Heavy Assault Cruisers.
Yeah, very tanky core. And on the other side, we have a classic Shield Rush, very similar to one brought previously with a Macarial and Sleipnir. Or in this case, they have a Kizril rather than a Sleipnir, but very classic Shield Rush.
Yeah, this does remind me a lot of that brush we saw earlier, which was very similar. They just swapped the Kiz to a Slep and the Jag to a Raptor. This one seems to give up a little bit on that BC to get a stronger tackle ship and a very tanky, hard to kill Jaguar.
Yeah, we'll see if they can push through these very tanky heavy assault cruisers of blue, or maybe they go for the Armageddon Navy issue instead first. Uh, very strong resist profile across that
I
top
do
end.
think we're going to have to focus a lot on the piloting of this Deacon and Thalia here because they have a very hard job because they have to be in close to keep their allies alive, but a bunch of medium autocannons. If you get webbed down, that is a very big threat to these Logifrigs. Normally, Logifrigs can be pretty hard to apply to and pretty slippery, but medium ACs can do it, and there's a lot of tackle potentially available on the red side.
Hmm. It can even hit at a pretty decent range too, so you web down, the entire comp can hit you. The
They
hacks
immediately rush it
turning in
in or
hard,
brawling at 0.
trying to screen seems like they're trying to go for this Armageddon Navy issue first, which makes sense. It has probably the lowest resists of that top end. Um, Meanwhile,
Yeah,
EC
I
bots
like
flying
the call
across
from
Logi.
Blue to go for the Kizreel here. It's the second highest DPS thing on grid after the Mac, and it is not tanky because it's just a Navy BC. It's not doesn't get T2 resist. It doesn't get anything special, and it is dropping fast. But so is that Geddon Navy.
Yeah, trading a Kizril for Ged Navy is probably pretty good for this rush team, but we'll see if they can actually make that trade.
It is.
Kizril's
There is
taking
a
a lot of
big
damage.
whole cloud of ret bots around this Geddon Navy, and there's not around this Kizreel. So it seems like red has gone more into damage and a massive, massive cloud of EC 300s on the Deacon.
Yeah, that Deacon may not be able to rep very much at all if he's being jammed permanently by these ECs. Kizril still tanking for its life, slowly dying. There it goes, getting in low armor. Might be a worthwhile trade. That they
And
still
that's
have a
less
lot of their
damage
damage alive.
coming in on the Geddon Navy now, and that should be one less set of EC 300s. But those things can be really annoying, and there's a ton of them on both Logifrigs. The
Cinnable going
Cinnable is
down
coming
pretty
down
quickly
quick.
too.
What do you think about trading your Geddon Navy for a Kizreel and a Cinnable instead of just the Kizreel?
At that point, you really need to start looking for getting rid of that Logi because once you lose 2 DPS ships, it might be really hard to break through the rest. And with that Cinnable down, they may not even have enough damage to break through this Ged Navy.
I mean, there still is a Mac and that Scythe Fleet on grid. They can both have good damage output, but that Scythe Fleet's coming down quick as well, and Blue is just punching through the reps under this Osprey. The Osprey has one newt thrown on it from the Geddon Navy, and aside from that, has been left alone. And they just said, "Rep all you want. We got more damage."
Yeah, they definitely have more damage. It feels strange to say, but it seems like this rush comp got out damaged. Maybe that's just the resist profiles compensating, but that scythe going into armor.
I mean, I think I
and
would
maybe
classify both these
still
as rush
taking
comps.
damage.
That double sack Munin is a lot of ham damage, and it looks like the
Seems
Gen
like they
Navy
will
might
get to
spray.
get Navy, but that is probably not enough here. That Mac will not be able to break through these hacks by itself, and it.
Oh, the Thalia
Oh
just
my
got
gosh!
clipped hard.
Wow.
That is what you have to be careful of if you're in those Logifrigs. You drop your speed for a little bit too long, and that Mac will delete you, and the Deacon is now also web grappled. If they had done that
Much sooner,
2-3
it might be
minutes
better.
ago,
Yep.
then
This Mac
this
is
could
in
be a
half shield now.
wildly different
Might be
match.
too late to pull it back.
He's webbing down this Deacon, but not shooting it.
It may just be
I
missing.
don't see where the guns are going off of this Mac. It looks like he is shooting at the Munin. Yeah, he's shooting at the Munin here.
Decided he couldn't hit the Deacon, going for the Munin. Now with the
His armor sort of stopped here at half. I think that was a bunch of hams going on their relatively short reload, and they'll be getting started again here.
They've just left this Osprey here still, but it probably will not be enough to hold this Mac up. It does not have newts on it anymore, so it is getting its full output.
Yeah, the newts were coming off of the bonus newts of that Ged Navy, but just you still have 3 heavy ham ships here. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, the
The Munin is holding
really close to that Mac. The Mac probably not able to track the Munin all that well, even with its grappler. It's being able to be held up with just one Logi frigate. Well, now it's taking more damage.
I
As
think that
the
Munin might have
starts...
been an ADC there for a little bit because he is getting hit hard now. The Mac is doing what you should do, which is either control spacing or moving very slowly away from your target to keep that transversal low. But
if he could kill this Munin, that Mac might live. He's dying
true.
very slowly. With that damage down, they may be forced to go for that Osprey.
That could be a big difference here, as well as the points are close. If that Munin goes down, Red will actually jump into the lead on points as long as they can keep this Mac alive.
Looks like the sack burning over for the Osprey. He may have a newt in his high slot. They do have a util high, but it
I'd be
may
disappointed
also...
if he didn't. Don't know
It
what
may
the Deacon was taking some damage there for a minute. It looks like that was just off of damage drones.
Both the Mac and the Munin bleeding armor. Munin now going into Hull. If that goes down and this Munin tanks, that would be huge for Red Team. We'll see if they
That
can pull that
Max
off.
shield needs to start crawling up here for Red to have a chance.
Absolutely.
That Osprey needs to give everything he's got left into this. I know he's scram webbed and he's probably cycling as soon as he can off of that newt pressure, but this Max staying alive wins the match for actually I think it will only force us into overtime, but it keeps them in this match.
Mm-hmm. This Mac really needs to start on its next target, but it seems like it's going for the Deacon and not really being able to apply very well.
The Jag is on top of the Deacon, and the Deacon is only around 600 MS here. I get the idea, but I think they would have been better off trying to get rid of links off the Magus or trying to burn through a sack.
Okay, now he's starting on this sack. Does seem like the Mac will go down here though. The Osprey just not being quite enough rep output.
Yeah, too little, too late on this swap. Although he's pulling back shield now. It looks like Hams have the short reload. And that sack is dropping faster than the Munin was.
Now.
We are in reverse tie-dye. Everything's going to start happening faster now. So the Logi of Red has a pretty easy time. They don't need to worry about swapping. They don't need to worry about quick target swaps. Rep this Mac. That's all you got to do. Red could attempt to abuse this by quickly swapping their targets under this increased speed of the game.
You know, with all this time shooting the Mac, and the Osprey being tackled right now, they could have considered a swap at some point, but it seems like they may not need it. There goes the Mac. There goes all the damage for this rush. That seems like it's game.
Yeah, that should be game there. I will say credit to Red. I thought this game was over a lot sooner, and they were really close to bringing it back. That Mac
The Mac pulled it back.
almost
Absolutely.
pulled off an insane comeback there, but now it's just going to be cleanup for Blue.
There goes the Osprey. The Outrider looks like it's burning for a Boosh. Jag.
He's not going to get the chance.
Not going to be able to, yeah.
It's going to be Scram Web down. That Outrider better go for the MJD. He's about to get there.
I wonder
He has
how...
pressed it. The Outrider is honorably yeeting himself out of the arena. There he goes. 173 from the center as Blue takes that match.
You know, if you're under tie-dye, you might be able to get further out there because you have less ticks before it explodes you. I don't know if that works, but
it should explode you instantly.
Someone's got to test it.
Who knows? And we are going back to desk here to talk about that match. Yeah, this was an interesting one. I'm interested to see what they'll say.
Welcome back to the desk, and that fight was really, it looked like it was over, and then it wasn't for long enough to get us to reverse tie-dye. So let's talk about the ships that tried to keep us there, or keep us in the game as long as possible. Rose, tell me a little bit about how the Logi was doing work in this match.
I just want to shout out the Osprey. To keep yourself in range at the very edge of your range and be able to get those reps in and keep people alive as long as they did, absolute baller work on behalf of Logi. With shield reps and armor reps, you have a range. You have a maximum range where you get 100% reps. Outside of that range, you get a 50% rep that lands. So managing to kind of stay in between that sweet spot and keep the people up as long as they could was absolutely fantastic work. And that Logi was, that was probably some of the longest living Logi that we've seen in a hot minute. So hats off to the Osprey. That was beautiful.
Yeah, and even smaller than the Logi pilots, and perhaps going a little unnoticed, Ren. Talk to me a bit about the work the Jaguar was doing in this match.
El Punchy and the Jaguar he put in some work for his team. We talked about it a little bit behind the scenes, but we argue that it might have been too late. But the moment the Jaguar managed to get its webs on the Thalia, the Macarial's big autocannons suddenly meant it went poof in a heartbeat, and that was a little too late, maybe? Question mark. It might have turned the battle if they went for the logistic frigates a little bit earlier. But the El Punchy doing work there for his team. They ultimately lost, but he after the Thalia, he goes on to web the Munin down that was even under grapple slightly outrunning the guns on the Macarial because they were sitting so close, and with the Jaguar webs on it pulling a bit of range, the Macarial manages to volley it off grid, and together with the hero Osprey Rose mentioned, they almost turn it around there. So individual piloting, almost pulling it back, but a little a little too late,
Yep.
perhaps.
Now, let's pull up the bands real quick for this next match between Wormhole Hobos and Bubbled Not Tackled. We've got the Long Webs out again. We've got
Got
some very smatterings of other ships. Drake Navy,
Yep.
Harb Navy. Anything immediately
I-
stand out to you?
Yes,
Ashimo.
I would like to point out that both teams ban, or the red team here, the Wormhole Hobos ban the Zarmast and then the Armageddon, so they kind of prevent anyone bringing those heavy battleship comps, one we saw before. But now imagine of an Executor in that example, a Rodiva or a Zarmast is sitting behind it. So that just makes them impossible to be punched through. So that's a very understandable ban. And then the blue team here, the Bubbled Not Tackled, they're going for a bit of a spread. They don't want to see long range webs. They don't want to see some application. They don't want to see some mid range guns. The Drake Navy stands out to me as odd in the whole list, but maybe they've been practicing something and maybe they came up against a certain comp they didn't like.
Perhaps they're seeing something that we don't, but we will see if they see correctly at the arena, where both teams are on standby to get their match rolling.
Welcome to the arena for Wormhole Hobos versus Bubbled but Not Tackled. And I want to talk about this blue team because while Red has brought a very normal armor gun setup, this blue team is weird.
Yeah, they have very high resist ships, triple Nurgle, double Tech 3 cruiser. It is a ham drone legion. So they're probably going to be trying to brawl in, catch this Octo. Um, their tackle is fairly tanky, so we'll see if it can survive this very high application, very high damage projection comp.
Been looking at the Proteus, it appears to be blasters as well. So this is a very interesting setup from Blue. I haven't seen something like this in a hot minute, and that damnation is also hams. So wow.
Armor rush, brawl rush. I don't know. We'll see how it performs. Octo's pulling away hard as those Nurgles chase them.
Octo is doing what I would expect, immediately getting damage on that Guardian, because there's really no screen or E-War to protect him, but it's still going to be a hard nut to crack. I see a big cloud, massive cloud of rep drones just now arriving on the Guardian, so let's see how well they can do here.
Yeah, the Guardian's pulling away, but seems like the Octo's chasing him fairly well. They do have some damage on this Nurgle, probably from the Tech 3 destroyers on the Octo team. Um, Going to create kind of a struggle with the Guardian where you want to run away for your life, but this Nurgle is being shot as well. So either you let him die or you come back in. Seems like he's choosing to turn for this Nurgle, and that may cost the Guardian his life.
That's really risky. Personally, I would be telling, if I was on this grid, I'd be telling that Guardian, let the Nurgle die, you need to live. But we'll see how it works out for him. This Prof Navy is the target of this blue team. He's slowly coming down here. Under Onero's reps too. This strong rep output from both teams, but the Guardian is already going down.
Guardian trade for a prof would be good for this Octo, I think, because that while they have very high resist ships, they don't necessarily have the highest EHP. So they're really gambling on the Logi being alive to keep them up, make use of those resists. With that gone, who knows? They might be losing these Nurgles pretty quickly. First one
Yeah,
already dying.
those Nurgles all being together on the target, I get why you want to do that. You want to have those Nurgles can spool to some pretty good damage numbers, but Blue needed to screen. Blue needed to keep those high end of the Octo, the Prof Navy, the Astarte, the Exec Navy from being able to go chase down their Logi. You have Nurgles, have them tackle the Astarte and the ENI and keep them away from your Guardian. It's worth the lost damage. They chose to optimize for damage and they lost their Guardian for it.
Yeah, their damage is also pretty close range with hams and blasters, and they caught one thing and killed it, but now when they're going for the second, they didn't have a second caught. They have to now catch it. And that's wasting so much time. And during that whole process, they're losing more and more tackle. The second Nurgle dying now.
Yeah, this was just it's I like to see inventive out like non-standard. This isn't a meta we've seen before comps, but uh maybe this one was spent a little bit too much time in the kitchen.
Yeah, I like the idea with it, but I think with different plan, maybe some different weapons so that you can split up your tackle and still hit one target rather than all being close range weapons. But I love the concept.
I will
They're now
say,
killing this exec, but they only
with that
have
ENI down, only having the Astarte and the T3s for damage, this Mauler that is a gun Mauler, so they have the Mauler damage too. These T3s might be tanky enough to make something happen here, but that Proteus is dropping a little bit too quickly for my liking.
yeah. All of the remaining Octo ships here are fairly tanky. The exec was probably the least tanky out of them. So as they start clearing more and more damage, they might just be able to flat out tank this armor comp here.
Yeah, I think with the Oniro still being alive, this should be stabilizing for red here, especially as
I
that
say that,
Proteus is
but
getting lower and
this
lower.
Ostart is taking a lot of damage in half armor. He's getting rep pretty hard. We'll see if this pro goes down before he does. He may have better shot.
So the Nurgle's going down too, and if he was fully spooled, that is still a big chunk of damage off the grid, even
A
though
lot
it's
of
just a
damage,
frigate.
yeah. The nice thing about this Legion and Damnation is they are hams. They can choose which damage type. This pro is locked into Kintherm, so it's probably doing the least damage to the start right now. But
Yeah,
damage is damage. Getting it off the grid is still important.
I'm surprised at how slow this Nurgle has been dying with no Logi on grid, but he looks like he's
They
going to drop
might have
anyways.
swapped the Tech 3 damage to the Proteus just to finish it off. There it goes. Um, you start seeming to recover. That is probably the door shutting on um, Bubble Team.
I think this is a great match for us to talk about the importance of screening because I think that's what decided the match here. Regardless of the weirdness of Blue's comp, I don't think it was so weird that they didn't have a chance. It was that Red was just free to run into Blue's backline, chase that Guardian, and Blue did nothing. Didn't do anything about it. This is why
Mhm.
screening matters.
Yeah, if you can hold just enough damage off the Guardian for its local tank to work, for it to keep itself alive, um, that's huge. Although they did not have any disruption to keep the damage that's at range from applying. So they may have been able to keep them at range with a different strategy, but they still would have been applying with their long range ammo.
Right, but if you force them into the long range ammo, they're doing less. A Guardian can self sustain pretty well,
Absolutely.
especially with the cloud of rep bots they had. If you said each Nurgle grabs a target, and then our main DPS blob grabs a target, and we've locked down 4 DPS ships, your Guardian has a pretty good shot.
Yeah, that's for sure. And they, especially with the two uh, destroyer damages, those aren't that much damage. Like they apply pretty well to this Nurgles, but if they're shooting a Guardian, it's not going to be quite as much damage as a cruiser in that slot would be. So you do have an advantage there where you can hold down the other damage ships and just let those free, and it probably won't be enough to really pressure that Guardian.
Or at least not pressure him as much. He'd have lived
Yeah,
longer even
not
if
as
he didn't
much.
if he died eventually.
Yeah,
Uh,
if they could have traded that Guardian for just a little more damage off the grid.
and we are at time that Damnation will get to live, but not having done much with his life. As we go back to the desk to talk about that one.
All right, and a bit of a different look with one of the comps there. It didn't work out for them, but they certainly tried. Rose, talk to me a little bit about these Nurgles.
Yes, so I saw what they were attempting to do with them. I think we all kind of did, how we see how they were trying to hold on to things. However, it wasn't quite piloted well enough to be able to hold on to things and then have somebody attack, go to the next target. Um, Realistically, it could have worked. It could have worked. It may have been target calling. It may have been just lack of focus. I don't know. I think it has potential. It had legs. It just didn't quite get there.
Yeah. And Ren, when we're looking at kind of how the match played out in terms of piloting decisions, what kind of stood out to you as what was the right call, perhaps, for certain folks?
Um, Rose mentioned it. One of our casters mentioned it. The comp that they brought with the short range, high damage, heavy armor tank sort of needs to go from the one target to the next target, and that's where we already went over. The Nurgle should have held down one target and then already go after the next one once the cavalry has arrived to take care of the first thing you capture. Um, Similarly, one of the casters mentioned screening, and I agree with that. You saw that the Guardian could have used a buddy, because if you stop that Exec Navy rushing your Guardian, the rest is still scattering away from your Nurgles, and it might take a long time before for that collapses back onto your Logi. And the whole setup, it's sort of, they had a plan, and it's clear that they had a plan. They wanted big DPS numbers, and they wanted a big EHP pool of armor tank and high resists, and sort of weather the storm. But that doesn't really work if you get picked apart like this, or if you let yourself basically get picked apart like this, where the whole team streamlines into the first target you capture, which is good, but then you should already have the follow-up lined up, as you often see in sort of these rush comps. You catch and kill the first, and as it's being killed, you go for the second already to catch that, so there is as little time as possible. And right now you saw that the short range composition just kept bleeding out in the minute between catching the first and then slow boating across the arena to the next thing. And you can't trade a Guardian for the first target. You can't trade a Nurgle for the next target. You can't trade your next thing for the next target, and so on. You just bleed out too fast. Notably, and that's something that I mentioned at the start of the fight, I personally would not pick a Prophecy Navy as the first thing to shoot at while everything is still alive. That is probably your lowest damage output on the opposing side, while having some of the most EHP out there. They're fat battle chickens, and they're fat battle chickens for a reason. And you don't go after them. They don't pose a threat. They're not gonna run you down and tackle you. You just avoid them and you leave them until last. And they've wasted a lot of DPS and time on getting that thing down.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking more at targets like the Exec Navy or the Mauler, where they're easier to kill and are also more of a threat to things like your Guardian, may have been the play. Regardless, we are going to be stepping away for a short 30-minute break or so, and we'll be back with a whole new crew to cast the second half of the day's matches. See you on the other side.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second half of day one of Anger Games 7. This has been already a very exciting day of spaceships. I'm Aliaris. I'm joined on the desk now by Deebs and Tian. Welcome to the desk. How are you guys enjoying the day so far?
I'm doing
Deebs,
great.
you go first.
Yeah, I had a little trouble getting the arena at first, but after that, saw some great matches. It was really fun seeing the first match go to reverse tie-dye. Just right off the bat, we get to see people routing around the arena at 300% speed. Always fun.
Yeah, I'm doing quite good as well. Just had my first ever match. Did not go too great, but hey, you always learn. Saw some great matches today already. Saw some interesting doctrines, and definitely fun.
Yeah, exactly. And this tournament, despite being sort of the smaller tournament of the year, has a very large number of matches as we're trying to see, all the teams see really which ones are the best. Speaking of best teams, for this upcoming match, we've got the Lazy Piglets, formed partly of the Tuskers, the reigning Alliance tournament champions, with versus Soto de la Sol, and I'm hearing that we have bans for this match that are available. All right, so Deebs, looking at these bans that we've got here, what's standing out to you?
Well, the first most obvious thing is somebody doesn't want to see weapon disruption, right? They're very scared of weapon disruption, maybe a little bit of newts as well. So somebody's bringing something that is probably shooting from a little range away.
Yeah, Tuskers and kiting. Imagine that. Tian, anything else really leaping out at you from this?
I mean, what really sticks out to me is that Bargas, which is like not too common, but I'm also kinda intrigued by that APOC Navy and APOC ban. Like, I understand you want to get rid of some of our battleships, but the Abaddon is left wide open, and the Abaddon is not really the worst option when compared to the APOC. So I'm not really sure what the plan is there, but bit of a wild pick in my opinion. But and see
The
the point behind
Abaddon,
it, I guess.
as you say, historically, this is one of the premier laser battleships of the tournament.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, the APOC has maybe eclipsed it. How do you compare those two ships? Would you still rather have an APOC over an Abaddon?
I mean, I would usually say the APOC has more damage and the Abaddon is more the tanky boat, like, comparatively. But I guess if you have something that, like, if you expect to have a lot of tank, like the Zarm is not left open, but the Guardian is, and the Guardian is known to be the second most powerful armorology ship, and potentially even the best, like, logi ship that is not the Zarm overall. So if you expect to be able to tank something, and you ban the high DPS ships like the APOC Navy and the APOC, and you think even if they replace the APOC by an Abaddon, you might still be able to tank that. I can see that. If the point is to ban lasers overall because you're flying something like Hamrush that could have problems with resist, I'm not too sure if that is the way to go because the Abaddon can still do a lot.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of armor tanks here, but no shield tanks banned from either side. Of course, Barghest, I'm kind of counting as an armor ship. We see a lot of armor Barghest fit in the tournament. Deebs, where are the shield ships at?
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that both sides want to bring shield ships. Maybe Lazy Piglets is doing something different with armor. But with Zarm and Onirios gone, yeah, the Guardian's open. And of course, Augur, Deacon, Thalia, all open. So armor's by no means banned out. But this does feel kind of like people want to bring shields. Notably, Mollus and Carry's banned out as well. So a lot of E-War is off the board. Jams are open, though.
Yeah, we could be seeing potentially a Widow. Of course, I think just looking at this, there's also the classic we put armor tank on a Cyclone and are flying it around the edge of the arena. I don't see the long range web bans out.
Yeah, there's still a lot open. Long range webs are open. All the shield stuff is open, as you noted. I think we see people want to do things. It might be that Mollus Carries ban changes the equation, and they were going to be bringing that. They were going to play some long range stuff. Didn't want to get TD'd out, but they were going to bring their own damps, and now with Maula's carries banned, that's not an option, so they've got to swap. That's always something to keep in mind with bans, is just because you want to bring your ham rush doesn't mean you get to.
That's very true. And oh, sorry, go ahead, Tian.
Since we are talking about Taskers, I could see a return here to Enigma with like the standard Typhoon long range wraps and some Cyclone Fleet HQ as heavy missile or cruise missile kite. Since the long range wraps are open and all the guidance disruptors are banned. So I could see that, but yeah, with the armor logic being banned, they would have to rely on the logic frigates.
Yeah, and or just manage to get a guardian to go fast enough. Like it's a slow ship, but it can you overheat your micro warp drive. Believe a little bit. So overall in the bands, Tian, what we have here, we've got the same band system in Anger Games that we were using last year for the Alliance tournament, where we have this alternating ban, pick ban, or not pick ban, this alternating ban phase, so that teams can respond to each other and actually do that. How is that playing out in the 7v7 format so far?
I think it's definitely interesting. It leaves some options, especially the blind ban, which can lead to some last minute unexpected changes. Like what I personally like to do is like ban one of the long range webbers, leave the other one to last, because if the enemy bans it, you can conserve that slot and ban something else. The same format in a 7v7 compared to 10v10 is obviously stronger because there are just more generally good ships you can ban that affect you more when you have less pilots, since there is just like a limited meta of ships that are good, so you can ban more of those good ships, especially in the 7v7 format where you have that many less points, like not less points, but less ability to bring like bigger ships and battleship cores.
Yeah, exactly. We've got the same number of bands, but a lot fewer pilots on grid. Deebs, how has this been playing out in scrims?
In scrims, it's definitely been interesting. There's a lot that goes into banning on scrims too, and planning matchups for scrims. You want to ban things that you don't want to see, right? You don't want to waste something if you think, oh, we know this comp loses to Abaddon. We can't see an Abaddon. You want to ban the Abaddon, but also you don't want to do that every time because maybe you're forced into bringing it when you don't want to. So bans and scrims are an interesting thing. You've got two teams that are trying different things. You're trying to bring different comps, right? You don't want to ban something out and then just bring Ham Rush every single time in a scrim. That's not teaching you that much. So scrims and bans or bans and scrims are a complicated thing, almost as complicated as actually in the tournament.
Yeah, when I was captaining teams, it always felt like there's a little less pressure on the scrim bands compared to the tournament bands. Like the tournament bands, this is it; it's best of one. But at the same time, you just end up with this like massive decision tree, right? And Tian, I don't know if you've been through this as well, where you're just looking at like, I could ban literally. Do I want to ban Mollis today? What about this other thing?
Yeah, like there's lots of choices to be made, and it's definitely like I just had that right now. Like I just played my very very first ever tournament match with my team of all people that are first in the arena. So that's definitely kind of exciting, and there is definitely a high amount of pressure. Like, do I make this choice or that choice? Especially if you know, like, there are still two ships that could potentially harm this doctrine. Which one do I take now? Where do I gamble? Because it's partially luck in the end. You have to calculate that in.
Yeah, and speaking of which, that's not even getting into the like. Well, so they banned. We see in these bans like, oh, they banned a lot of long range tracking disruption and long range control. Does that mean that they're gonna try and rush us, or does that mean that they're trying to fake us out and think
Yeah.
that they don't want to be kited? And pretty soon you're running something that you just cooked up 5 minutes ago. We've got both teams in system. They're not on grid yet, so I'm going to ask for your just snap predictions based on what we've talked about, what we're looking at. Deebs, what are we going to see here?
I think I think possibly I'm going to take Tian's idea here, and that Piglets is maybe going to bring that Typhoon that we've seen from them before, that Typhoon-based comp. It seems like something that would fit in here. And I'll also give it to Piglets because it's Tuskers, man. You gotta.
Yeah, yeah. And Tian, any comp predictions?
I'm probably gonna guess Tuskers as well. On the other side, I can imagine some form of rush, like the ham rush, the standard ham rush, the standard autocannon rush, potentially another Florida man, which we have already seen quite a lot and is quite dominant and is left open with the shields. So I might
Yeah.
expect that, and yeah, Enigma for Tuskers. But I do
All
go with
right.
Tuskers.
Which of us is correct? We will have to see on grid in the arena with our wonderful casters.
Welcome to the arena. It's CCP Ren here with Rose. We're looking at Lazy Piglets versus Soto de la Sol, and we are seeing that one of the teams is a man down, but also, notably, we are seeing that Tuskers have brought something a little bit strange. We're looking at heavy missile Claymore with what looks like heavy missile Cerberuses. No, the Serbs are hams, actually. So I'm not sure where they're going with this, but here we are.
I'm very curious to see. They're bringing 2 Serbs and 2 Kirans. Oh, and the missing Magus of Sotu de la Sol has arrived. He is no longer dead. Yet, anyway. He might still die, but we'll see what happens.
At least it's 7v7. Sotu de la Sol have brought a top end of 2 Raven Navy issues, supported by 2 Thalias, a Magus for Lynx, and 2 Vigil Fleet issues, which I can only imagine carry Painters. We'll see if that helps them apply to what looks like a slippery Cerberus Claymore combination. The countdown
I'm
is
gonna just I'm gonna just think, how are they gonna apply to those Kirans and that Stork? If for some reason those vigils go down as the blue team of Sutu starts moving in, and oh, Lazy Piglets is diving as well. I see drones out.
Yeah, I think the answer to how are they going to apply comes in the form of that rapier of Tatulf Arston, and a bunch of painters coming from the Claymore and the other ships as well. This I think I saw it coming from the Serbs. They're really trying to take those links off first. Could be a good play. Heavy top end benefits a lot from having those big hit point pools buffed by resists and links. They changed targets now to one of the Vigil Fleet issues, an important one for those Ravens to apply. It goes down fairly quickly. We'll see where they switch to next.
Does look like we have some ECM drones going on the rapier there, trying to see if they can block some of the counter E-War, it looks like. From the Magus of Tebil 1.
Yep, Lazy Piglets, their Claymore is taking a lot of damage all of a sudden. The 2 Kirans doing work to keep it up as they work down that Vigil Fleet issue, which explodes now. And with those 2 bonus paints, then yeah, I don't think there's much application left on the field for those 2 Ravens, who I am informed are torpedo launchers. So yeah, torpedoes trying to apply to what looks like it could be a 50-man, could be a 100-man Claymore, but they're not really applying much. There's a lot of paper DPS that goes missing somewhere in space.
I'm sure once we get back, once this match is finished, we will probably be asking why the double Kieran. However, I wonder. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But bringing double Kirans when one cruiser size Logi could potentially have been better. We will see. So far, they're managing to keep everything alive.
Yeah, the 2 Kirans are doing work in keeping it alive. On the other hand, we're looking at Aliara's mentioned earlier that armor barghests are a thing. We've now also seen the armor Ravy Navies, because they're not only torpedoes, they're also armor, as we find out.
Oh no.
Oh
Well,
no, indeed. The
oh
damage
no.
of the damage of Lazy Piglets is still trying to apply to the Magus, but the Magus is so far staying alive, sticking close to its Logi friends, and just trying to boat away.
Those Thalia are also putting in work. Hats off to both Logi in this. As we see, though, the Thalia of Jiskashin starting to go ahead and go into armor. The Magus has also gone down, so hopefully those Thalias can keep those Navy Ravens up, and we'll see if they can continue to apply, but I don't have much hope given
On the other
Torps
hand,
and small
they
friends.
do finally clear that claymore, so that is a chunk of damage. That is their shield links, their skirmish links. Maybe those webs suddenly reach a little bit less far, and maybe there's a world where 2 armored Torp Ravy Navens claw this back against the lower end.
Look, I never thought I'd be saying armor Ravy Navies, but if it works, we've seen crazier. It could be worse. We've seen crazier in the AT, in the Alliance tournament. So they seem to be going for it, and
Yeah,
we just got to see
we
if
give
these
them
Serbs can continue to live.
we give the Ravens flack here, but they're technically up in points. Their lower end was worth 17 points less than the single claymore that they killed. So there is definitely a world where this there is a world where they claw this back and the clock runs out.
We see a lot of Republic Fleet warriors over here on the Ravy Navy of Sowet, as well as we see returns going to one of the Thalias, again, of Jishkashin.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
do have
know.
a web on it. They do have a paint on it, and it's taking some damage. But they simply can't get too close. If they're caught by those ravens, if they come into the high end damage range, there's just the Talia's played as well by just pulling back and letting the Ravy Navens pull ahead of them.
Keep in mind, though, they are still. Are they in range, though, for that 100% armor rep bonus versus when they are out into the
Maybe
the
they are, maybe
range?
they're not. They're switching targets now to Nick Domar in the other Ravy Naven, while we see Jakub Tivian in the Cerberus now taking chunks of damage. He's windscreen wipering his entire shield belt as he turns into them. They might need to try something to grab these Thalias at some point. I say that, but the Navy Raven of Nick Domar is suddenly getting absolutely hammered here, and it's wrapping some shields back. It's wrapping some armor back. Are they active shield tank with a armor logi on the back of it? We are not sure what we're looking at here, folks.
I will say they are at Nick Damar is at 19% armor. He is still managing to stay alive, whereas the Cerberus of Jakub, he's back at full health. They
He
have
is
him
back in full health,
in
yeah.
very low shields, and yet he's back.
He's back. Those Kirin's still putting in work. Those Thalia's also still putting in work. They're splitting damage now, both on Nick and on Sowet, and we'll see where the repairs come and if there are still charges in the ASBs of these Ravens. Sowet is now MJDing, trying to get out of range. Are they playing for points here? Are they playing the clock? Oh, this would be painful.
I don't know. They have 15 seconds left, so with both
and 2 Ravens in 20% armor. I mean,
yeah, they've got to make a choice. I would say if they are wanting to do it within time, it's going to be close. It's going to be close.
This does, however, sort of explain why we see no tackle or no utility from these Ravens. As we enter tie-dye, then the damage begins ramping up. We see they have their mid slots filled with XLASBs. They have their mid slots filled with MJDs. There's just nothing left. they've run out of slots trying to do too many things at once, and it might ultimately win them the game or not. We'll see if Jace can survive as all the Tuskers are now piling in the damage on him.
He is somehow he is getting reps though. He is still catching reps as he is back up to full armor on that
Yeah, we
Thalia.
see.
Now,
Speak of hit points, Nick is repping his shields back, so his XLASB must have reloaded by this point, and he's starting to claw some hit points back. Sweet, however,
as well.
yeah, but he's also bleeding whole, and it's a race against the clock where logistics speed bump is also being brought down slowly, and he just makes it. His armor is a little bit toasty, but he's back at full HP. We're entering 2.5 times as fast gameplay as the tie-dye keeps ramping up in the reverse. We'll see where the damage goes from here as the entire Cerberus and Kirin fleet begins piling towards
Nick
the remaining.
is starting to take very, very heavy armor and shield damage. There goes the armor as it is down to 4%, 0, and he is in hull at this point. There goes the last Raven Navy of Satu, and we've still got both those Thalias. They are not going to live with no protection left on grid for them.
No, we are watching the two Thalias getting picked apart here. They are still trying to rep, but there's no repping the incoming damage here under 300% tie-dye. So they're dying 300% faster than they normally would, but die they will.
Absolutely, as Jace Roland goes down in the Thalia, and we have one left as Shikashin is also killed.
With that, we shall send it back to the desk to analyze whatever this match was.
Welcome back. Tuskers 2 for 2 in reverse tie-dye, taking that match over Soto de la Sol. Soto de la Sol cooking up something definitely unique. Deebs, tell me about those armor ravens.
Well, they were sort of armor ravens, right? Like they had XLASBs. It seemed like they must have had an invul or something on there as well. Shield boost amp, who knows? Because what they didn't have was utility in those mids. Once the Vigil fleet issues went down, no more webs on the team. Notably, they did still have tackle. At least one of their Thalias had a scram spare in its mids, doing double duty as logistics and tackle. But without webs, it just became so much harder for them to apply those torpedoes to anything, really.
Yeah, and we saw those ships with the interesting utility try to escape with local micro jump drives. Tian Zaharin, anything you want to add on that match we just saw?
I mean, that was quite something. I have never seen such a wild comp that was not brought by Tuskers. Like, Tuskers comp was also wild, but Shield Raven Navies with Armology and just basically an armor comp, but then just relying on the Shield Raven Navies is quite something. That's really interesting. Not something you would expect, but obviously I really like the call that Lazy Piglets did there right at the start. Go for the fake out, shoot the Magus. If the Magus dies, it's
Yep.
good. If it doesn't die, quick switch, get the logic confused, kill the Vigil fleets, and then they were good. Like with the Vigil fleets down, it was just a really hard time for the Ravens. Like I really like that target calling there at the start.
And with that, we're going to take a very quick look at the bands. This is going to be a quick rush from overtime into the next match. So let's just see what we have coming up. Looks like we've got, hey, there's our friend the Tholos in the band slot. Deebs, any just like looking at this hot takes?
Long webs banned out, right? From Red Team, they really, really, really don't want to see long webs. They have left the Loki open, but other than that, most long webs are gone. and then we don't want to see damps on the other side. Osprey ban is really a choice.
Yeah, Tian,
Osprey
anything
ban.
jumps out to you?
Osprey ban for Sleipnir would mean they don't want an autocannon rush, which is, in my opinion, a bit of a focused ban, like a bit too focused. Like, we don't want autocannon rush. It's a bit forced, in my opinion. Just the Sleipnir or just the Osprey would have been enough here, or just the Sleipnir and the Thalos. Like Molus and Keris, I think the Osprey could have been a different ban, but that is just my hot take. Like,
Yeah, it's definitely the
it
Osprey,
might be
one
a
of the
good
more
call. It might be something they observed during the scrims that they really don't want to face that combination. So, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's one of the more popular Tech 1 logistics cruisers. We've seen it on grid. Osprey and Augur, the two that somehow seem to keep showing up over and over again. We've got both teams landing on grid here, however, so we are going to turn this over to our casters in the arena to break down this match.
Welcome to the arena. Nothing our desk hosts could have predicted has landed in our arena. We have Kadesh Priestess in the fabled, mythical Battle Nereus. With him comes, an APOC Navy, a normal APOC with Argorus support, and a Draugr and Pontifex for links.
Also seeing on the side of the blue team, we have double Inquisitors. Last round, double Logi absolutely held their own. At this point, we'll see what happens. The two frigates versus the single auger. As somebody who's a big fan of Logi, we'll see how each side holds up.
Yeah, we see the Astarte Prophecy Navy issue, Harbinger Navy issue, Zealot Omen Navy issue. So a lot of lasers, a lot of medium range, long range spam again. So we'll see how long that Nereus survives once the match actually starts. Unless they pick a different target and the battle Nereus survives, we shall see as the countdown has started here in local. I want to point out that the red team here is Alpha on TQ, and the blue team here is Clown College, though it seems to me that bringing a Nereus could have been a Clown move to begin with. The match is underway, and we immediately see volleys going into the Augurer.
They are going after the Logi. They want to make sure that they have a chance to just kick the Logi out as soon as they can, which is potentially a smart move. Now, that Nereus, if you're going to bring one of those, you had better make sure that there is stuff for your team inside it. So I am wondering if we will see a loot fairy. We'll see what happens. If it does happen to die, we'll see what it's got inside. Now, it does look like the Celestis on Alpha of TQ is also starting to take some damage. However, the Astarte of more power is going into Hull currently.
Yeah, they are really trying to bring down the Astarte, and that is a very tanky ship. It's clawing some armor back now that the two Inquisitors are hovering around it. The very high resist just make it so incredibly annoying to chew through. They are switching targets now to the Harbinger of Knight Molorand, and meanwhile, General Hungary in the Augur is still taking more and more damage. It goes slow, but he's taking damage, and eventually that will put him at 0 hit points and out of the game.
More power has repped his armor back. He is back at 100%. As we see Knight, Molorand, Clown, and the Harbinger Navy, he is below 50% armor. We will see if his Inquisitors can catch him. However, it does look potentially like they are trying to save one of their Inquisitors, as he is halfway through armor. Let's see.
Yeah, they traded for the Augurer, so there's no more Logi on the team of Alpha on TQ. So now the DPS race is really on. Getting those Inquisitor down would have been a really good move, but they don't seem to be pursuing that at the moment as they keep pouring damage into the Harbinger Navy issue of Knight Molorand. they're trading it for Celestis. So at this point, if the Harby goes down, then it will be 2 for 1. Fairly good trade, in my opinion. You would take this trade, especially if you still have your own
Oh,
Logi
yeah.
in field.
I was gonna say, if you can keep your Logi and take that trade, a 2 for 1, absolutely, as the Harby has gone down. However, the Celestis, they got some of that E-War off grid. So we do see the Draugr of LMAO Borghini going into Hull now. That is something else. They're getting the things that spool up as he goes down. That is a good target call.
That is a good target call. I want to point out here, and I want to come back to it, the Battle Nereus is a Battle Nereus. It has a scram currently on the Navy Prophecy of Mandek, keeping it out of the fight, keeping it out of range. I'm not sure why the Prophecy doesn't just turn around and remove it instantly. It is but a Nereus, but the mighty Battle Nereus has so far kept Mandek out of the fight, like 50 of his friends right now, and shooting Aurora from the looks of it. It's a thing. It's a Battle Nereus.
Is taking damage though. He is in Hull. The Battle
The
Nereus,
Ash
and
Priestess does go down.
as
They
we
listen
talk
to
about
me.
it, Curse of the Casters, the Nereus is dead. Let's see what comes out of that. If they potentially scoop anything from it to help them. If there's, I don't know if there's cat boosters or anything in there, but we will see if they happen to
Those two
use it to their
APOCs are
advantage.
way far away. The wreck of the Nereus is 30, 40 clicks below them at this point, and I don't think the Apocalypses will live much longer, though they do still put out some damage. There's an Omen Navy issue that's sitting too close, scrambled, grappled, and they're trying to apply on it, but at the same time, there's still 2 Inquisitors, there's a cloud of Rep drones, and it may not even go down while the while the top end, the Astarte and the Prophecy Navy issue, and even the Zealot are slowly chewing through the Apocalypse of Brain Straw.
Watching the percentage of it, he keeps hovering around 20%, dropping down. They have got to break the reps on that in order to make it go down. However, it does look like they're potentially out-repping the damage as he is hovering and staying at about 20% armor.
Yes, I'll let Deebs take the wheel when it gets back to the desk, but there might be some reasons as to why that Omen does not die as quickly as you would imagine under the firepower of 2 such mighty Amarian battleships. It looks like Asarlis will survive this, as Nith Hinken is the sole survivor, the last remaining, the last standing for Alpha on TQ. And he's slowly being picked apart by the entire team of Clown College.
He is still holding though. He's not going to hold very long. But he is making an attempt to try and at least do something.
There was
as he
an
goes
attempt.
into Hull.
There was an attempt, and occasionally he lands a volley, and Asarlas is sent deeper into armor, but he's quickly wrapped up. I don't think he's going to die before the APOC does here. Good fights are given in local, and as the Nith Hinken explodes, we will send it back to Deeb's studio.
Clown College not looking like clowns in that last match. We were talking about the ban theory, and if they ban it, what do about it? Deebs, how do we see that play out in this match?
So it didn't work out for Alpha on TQ. But what we saw was Clown College banned Carries Mollis, saying, "Hey, we don't want to get damped. We're scared of damps. We're at long range." And Alpha on TQ goes, "Well, that's fine. The Celestis is still open. We'll just take that." And again, it didn't work out for a number of other reasons that we can get into, but that is something to keep in mind with that, right? Like, you can't ban out everything, and what you say with those bans, the other team can look at them and go, well, if you don't want that, but you left this open, we can still take that.
Yeah, there's a lot of copies of the E-warships. You'd have to spend all of your bans banning them out. In terms of not working out, the casters called this out at the end of the match. We saw an Omen being shot by 2 battleships and just shrugging it off, even though those deal huge DPS in Pytha. Tian, what was going on there?
Yeah, that's gonna be the tracking. Like, the Omen Navy should try to get close there and just get into, like, not even an orbit, but just get some transversal up against those battleships. And that's already gonna be enough because Omar lasers, yes, they do damage, yes, they have range, but they're not good at tracking. Like, their turrets turn for nothing. You're almost better off turning the ship than the turret. So, gonna have a really hard time hitting there. And, like, that Omen, it was not even afterburn of it. It was just flying there while being scrammed, and it could not really be hit very well. And, well, it's MR battleships. They also don't have that many mid slots to waste. You need at least 1 cap booster. You need at least a prop mod. That's already 2 of your mid slots gone. You don't have the potential like on other battleships where you can fit Mimitor battleships. You can have a grapple, a painter, and a web on 1 battleship. It's not gonna happen on this. Like, you are not gonna have that much tackle on these battleships. And we could definitely see that the Omen was just not breaking, even under just Inquisitor reps, which is just your 1 frigate logi. It's not that much, but still it was enough to keep that Omen alive. They might be thinking that that Omen Navy might even be baiting fit, like it had more tank than it would usually be the case, because it's known to be a squishy target, so maybe reverse psychology, get some extra tank on it. I don't know, just a wild guess.
Could be. It's also, if you find yourself in that situation, try not to make it worse by moving your own ship. Pay attention to the transversal on your overview to try to keep things done. One more thing on that last match, Deebs, we saw the battle Nereus. What did that do in that match for these teams?
So it was doing 2 things. Traditionally, what you see with the Battle Nereus is remote help. So you'll bring it's basically just some mid slots for you. So you'll bring some remote SIBOs, maybe remote tracking computers. In this case, they had at least a scram, I think possibly a web as well. So you'll see basically just support. It's very cheap. It doesn't have much HP, but at the same time, it always feels bad to shoot it if you're on that team, right? Like you go, well, I'm not wasting my time shooting the Nereus. That doesn't do anything, but the remote support is actually really strong. Remote SIBOs are stronger than local SIBOs. Same with remote tracking computers. So bringing those mids and throwing that remote help on is surprisingly, well, helpful.
Yeah, and I agree. Every time you see it, you want to point and laugh, like, haha, who brought the transport ship to the tournament? And then you look at it and you're like, oh, okay, no, that actually did a lot. I got it. So moving on from the last match on to the next one, we've got Meta Reloaded versus Blahajadin Freedom Fighters, BFFs. Let's take a look at the bands. Okay. I'm not. Oh, there they are. Wonderful. So we have Orthrus, Jackdaw, Zarmazd, and Armageddon Navy versus the Hugin, Rapier, Ashimu, Armageddon, and Scimitar there. Deebs, it looks like we've got the long range webs out. In addition to the Ashimu, would you put the Ashimu in with the long range webs in this sort of package consideration?
You have to. One thing notably absent both this time and last time from the long range webs ban is the Loki, though, which costs a little bit but also brings its own damage, unlike the Hugin and the Rapier.
For a long time, the Loki was the king of the long range webs, at least for the rush comps. Tian, looking at these bans, any archetypes jump out at you as likely for the teams to be bringing?
What jumps at me is the combination of Zarm, Armageddon Navy, and Armageddon, which tells me that they don't. Well, the long range newts are an issue, obviously. and they don't want something that can just be one target that tanks forever. So I am thinking that they potentially don't have the highest DPS, maybe some form of kite, I would think. But probably armor kite, since they banned the Jack 20 Ultras, it is unlikely that they go for shield kite. So I might be thinking something like Enigma potentially again, which is rough without the long range webs, but it is doable with a hyena as a replacement.
Right, yeah, you've just got to protect your hyena and hope that your hyena is able to live to win. Should be an exciting match. We've got the teams landing on grid, but they're not quite here yet. So, Deebs, off the top of your head, which team are you putting your channel points on, if you could?
Given what I see from the bands, I kind of like Blaha's bands better. So based on nothing other than I like their band set better, I'll give it to Blaha.
And Tian, you?
I was actually going to say the same, but I'm going to go for the opposition and say I go with Meta Reloaded here.
All right, we've got a split desk, and we've got teams loaded on grid with some exciting comps. For this, we will send it to the arena where Ren and Rose will break it down.
And welcome back to the arena. Wow. I am curious by the Logi. Both have chosen a Rodiva. Looks like we have 2 armor as Blahajadine Freedom Fighters and Meta Reloaded are, well, there we go. There's the screen. Are here.
Yeah, both brought armor comps, both brought a Rodiva, both brought some cruisers. We see the Meta Reloaded here bringing a Phobos, Astarte, Prophecy, Navy issue as their top end, with a Zealot, and Omen, and Vigil in support of it. And on the other side, we're seeing a Balgorn, which is in the Alliance tournament at least usually one of those ships that puts in a lot of work and usually comes with a lot of blingy modules, but not out here. And it's supported by Devoter, Heretic, Legion, and Droger. And on TQ, Heretics are notoriously sad, but we'll see what they can do with it here. Instantly, they're going after the Mollis, so they refuse to be damped out. They want that range control. They want to be able to lock. They want to be able to shoot. So they're going after Nicholas. But for now, Nicholas is holding in his Mollis.
It does look like the Rodiva is trying to catch him in reps, but he's got some hull damage already. I think it would be a very, very good idea to go ahead and get that out if they would like to be able to target.
Yeah,
Those
that's
long range damage are nothing to play with.
It is not, but the Balgorn has webs on the Zealot of Working Class Man, and the Balgorn also has guns, so the Balgorn is putting in a ton of work on Working Class Man, but for now he's being kept up quite comfortably by the Rodiva, as we see some split damage going out on Isaac's Omen and on Alexander Choringen's Rodiva. On the other side, the Legion of Tali of the Blauhydjideen Freedom Fighters is being chunked. He's half armor.
Yeah, they are going to have to make a choice. It looks like they're going to have to pick if they're going to keep their Legion alive, which is currently getting reps from the Rodiva. The Mollis, he's still there. He's still existing. He's doing his job, but he is taking a little bit of damage. Now, I am super, super, super excited to see that Balgorn. I really am wondering how they're going to end up with this, given it has a lot of utility, having NOSs, newt bonuses, web scram bonuses. We'll see if they can get any of that to their advantage here, as it does look like on the opposite side, the Omen of Isaac is going ahead and is taking some armor, is taking some shield damage.
There is damage all over, and both Redivas are doing a really good job just wrapping it up. The Legion of Tali is almost back to full and only taking slow chip damage, and same with the Heretic, and same with the Maulers. But Alexander's Rediva is now in well, I say half armor, and as I say that, it takes some reps and goes back up to 60-70% and even higher. Working Class Man is still under those Balgorn guns, webs, newts, the whole shebang, and is slowly bleeding, while Alexander is off elsewhere. He's tackled, he's isolated on his own. There's a Devoter on top of him. There's no way he's reaching his friend at this point.
Probably not. Though have been noticing the Mollis of Nicholas has been doing a really, really good job at spreading out those damps, changing who he's applying those damps to. He is making sure that he is the biggest, pain and nobody can hit anything as he is. I've seen it applied to the Navy Prophecy. I've seen it the Rodiva, the Zealot, the Phobos. He is really trying to make
Speak
sure
of the
everybody gets a
Rodiva,
little love.
both of them are removed from grid at the same time. So both teams now without logistics. I would say that's a win on the part of the team with the Balgorn. So they simply have a bigger health pool and a bigger bar of control, basically. But maybe I'm wrong with that. We've seen the Heretic, the Droger, and the Devoter now streaming back to working class man's Zealot. That's probably the next target. It's still under that Balgorn. It can't have much cap left. On the other side, Tali is running away from a cloud of drones and trying to get out of range of the Astarte and the Prophecy Navy issue. And it looks like Tali goes down first.
He was really trying. That Painter was not giving any help as he does go down. Heretic taking a little bit of light damage there as the Painter has been moved from the Legion to the Draugr. As Draugr is now in half armor
Yeah,
on the Blahajadin freedom fighters.
this is what that comp does. The Astarte and the Prophecy Navy issues, and with like cruisers that apply from range 50, 60 clicks with the long range lasers or rails, they will take out targets like the Droger. They will take out targets like the Heretic in a heartbeat. It might leave that Balgorn stranded. They just couldn't chew through that Zealot on time, and this is the result.
Absolutely. That Heretic went down. It looks like currently the next target is Jeff in the Devoter. He is taking quite a bit of damage, but he is in armor and he's going down. He is at 30% armor. 25.
Devoters are heckin' tanky boys, as they say. But without Logi, they will go down just the same as everything else. It just takes a little longer.
Absolutely. But he's fighting for it. He is trying. Now, that Vigil is putting in some work with that target painter as well. He's done also a really good job of being on top of where the target calling is, who the target is. They've done a fantastic job.
They do, but they might risk losing Chadwick now, who is still right on top of that Balgorn, under its webs, under its newts, and slowly being chunked into its hull. There are some repair drones now landing on him, so maybe that will reduce the incoming damage a little, but each volley that the Balgorn does manage to get off takes a chunk out of Chadwick's Astarte. I'm just not sure if it's going to be enough. That will put them ahead on points. No, it'll put them 10 points below meta right now if they get the kill. So it might go to overtime, and I don't see a lone Balgorn winning this.
I don't, especially not when they are in half armor. It does look like he has a repper on board. But he is taking some pretty hard damage as the Astarte does go down. They have the Mollis, they have the Balgorn. I don't know if the Mollis pilot can save the Balgorn. That is.
No, at this point the Mollis does nothing because the other cruisers can be right where they want in their optimals as they so pleased. The only one who cannot be where they so please is the poor CO Force Eideron, whose Prophecy Navy issue is now tackled by a Balgorn, sitting right on top of him. It is a fairly tanky battle chicken, as I mentioned earlier. Not a target I would necessarily shoot if I wanted to get some quick points. But we do see Darknetic wrap back. He has a local rapper on board. And with everyone else kind of being off into Narnia trying to chase that Mollis, the Balgorn might claw through this Prophecy Navy issue eventually.
I mean, Nicholas is doing a very good job of pulling everybody off of his buddy there in the Balgorn. He's trying. They have decided that he is target number one as he goes down. And that leaves the Balgorn with the local rep to have an Omen, a Phobos, a Prophy Navy, and a Vigil. He's repped up to 75% armor. I don't think he can hold, especially given we have two very tanky chickens on
Yeah,
grid.
I misspoke. The Balgorn has the Phobos of Silo tackled, not the Prov Navy of CO Force, and the Phobos does go down, so that's some DPS removed, that's some HP removed. Does the Phobos get a set of drones? I don't think it does. We did see some armor drones land on it, but it is too little, too late. And we'll see what else the Balgorn can grab.
He is going down, but they are pushing damage into him. He's at 25. He is somehow still repping. So he is
Yep,
not
we
out
are up
repping
at-
though.
We are
He
up
is
at
not out repping.
2.5 times speed. If it can remove that omen, if it can land a web on that omen, even a long range one, he could have enough to wrap back, but he is slowly bleeding.
It looks like he's trying to do damage to CO4 in the PNI as he is starting to bleed hull faster than the PNI is bleeding armor.
Yes, I think the Meta Reloaded here is doing what they needed to do. They are kiting around and slowly taking the Balgorn down. There it goes. And with that, Meta Reloaded takes it after a long slog of a fight. And we will send it back to the desk for them to analyze this.
Welcome back. Meta Reloaded have reloaded BFFs in a very tight overtime. That is, in fact, the second overtime that we've seen in short succession. And a couple folks have noticed, hey, the points aren't even. Deebs, what's going on with the overtime in this tournament?
So very, very briefly, if the teams are within 25 points of each other at 7 minutes, the game goes into an enforced overtime. In real time, it's only 3 minutes, but with the way that it ramps up, starting at 150, then 200, 250, and finally ending at 300% speed, it's actually an additional 8 minutes of match time. So these matches can go 15 minutes effectively. Which makes for some very interesting things. Playing in reverse tie-dye is incredibly hard. Fast target switches hurt, all of that sort of thing.
Yeah, and that was definitely something. What about the Balgorn's ability to rep in reverse tie-dye there? It seemed like, if that was just regular time, do you think the Balgorn could have possibly lived to win?
I don't think so. One of the big things about reverse tie-dye is, of course, it affects everybody equally. But one thing that's really, really hard is managing heat. So it's super easy to burn things out when normally you'd be watching it. You'd be watching it. Oh, I'm at 60%. I'm at 80%. Oh, I've got to turn it off. But in reverse tie-dye, the cycle times just happen so quickly that you try and turn it off, and by then you've already burnt out your rep, or you've burnt out your reactive, or what have you.
Yeah, and if you thought burning things out on Thunderdome was bad, wait until reverse tie-dye. So overtime means that we're going to have a pretty quick turnover into our next match. Let's take a look at the bans for Rage Quit Cancel Sub versus Rusty Hyenas. Okay, so Tian, just taking a look at this, wow, that's a lot of damp bans. Anything else jumping out at you from this?
Well, I see lots of dance. I also see lots of Dragon Disruptors banned, which is curious. So this is going to be pretty much a straight up fight, like no Evo on either side. Zarm is obviously a good ban. The Zarm is just so very strong. Astarte and Sleipnir, interesting choice, which kinda limits the ability for autocannon rush and medium gun spam, because the Astarte is very dominant in the medium gun spam so far. Although my personal pick is always the Absolution over the Astarte, because the Astarte is rarely actually tankier or has more DPS, and just the ability of quick ammo switching on the lasers is very strong. But yeah, that sticks out to me right now.
Yeah, and in terms of substituting ships, in that last match we saw the Zarm was banned, but the Rodiva was brought. Deebs, is the Rodiva a good substitute? Do you think we'll see it again here?
It's possible. I think the Rodiva suffers a lot compared to the Zarm. The Zarm and the Rodiva both have their single rep, which means they're only repping one thing at once. It ramps up, so it's not very good at the start. It gets better if you manage to keep it alive longer. But the Zarm has a lot going for it that the Rodiva doesn't. Like, obviously, T2 resists, but also the Zarm just has more grid and cap and everything. It can run a pretty effective local tank, whereas the Rodiva struggles a lot more at that. I think the Rodiva, like the Zarm compares very favorably to, say, the Onirios, but the Rodiva's comparison to an Exec or an Augur is much, much closer.
It's yeah, it's definitely a interesting T1 logistics ship to bring. And we've got both teams landing on grid here. Tian, any predictions for this match in terms of team victory here?
Not really. I'm just judging from the name. I would usually go with Rage Quit Cancel Sub. They had a good run in the Alliance tournament, and they are just known to be a good team. But honestly, so is Rusty Hyenas. I think this is going to be an interesting bloodbath. I cannot say for sure that I know like one team is going to win because I'm definitely excited for this match.
And as you're talking, I look down and notice it's Rage Quit Cancel Scrims. We will send it to the
Right.
arena where we will
Right.
see did they cancel the scrims or did they show up and bring their A game here?
Welcome back to the arena with myself, Jim Wren, and Rose. We are seeing Rage Quit cancel Scrim. May have cancelled their scrims, but they are here for their match. They have brought 2 APOC navies with the Pontifex for links, 2 Inquisitor Logi frigates, and 2 Bellicose as support. Are they tracking this? Are they target painting so that the big lasers can hit? And will it work against the curse of Rusty Hyenas? Because Rusty Hyenas has brought a curse, a Droger for Lynx, Harp Navy, Brutix, with a Rediva as backup, and 2 Omens. I personally like the Omens here over the Bellicose because I don't think 2 Bellicose will last too much longer against these kinds of medium gun spam setups. They'll need to run for their lives. I think they're just going to go. They are armor tanked. I assume they're armor tanked with 2 Inquisitors on grid. So they might not be the fastest, but I think if they don't pull range, they're going to be out of the arena very, very fast.
Yeah, Ren, I
Yeah,
think
we-
that those Apocs are going to go after that Rodiva early.
I think so too.
It'd be a nice pick early, a nice target for those Rodivas. We see links going out, so getting those links up, and match should start here shortly.
I'm curious to see if that Brutix is armor or shield tanked. Though it is in an armor comp as they start to get moving here.
Yeah, the match is underway. We see damage go out on the Inquisitor immediately. Those medium guns at range, applying a little, but it's easily wrapped up by Nitor in the other Inquisitor, who's now losing chunks of its shields. They're just testing the waters. They're switching. They're maybe trying to fool the Rodiva by switching targets, and they're now piling the big APOC guns into into Grunt Kato's Pontifex. Wait, I'm sorry. Of course they're not bumping those in. The big APOC guns wouldn't shoot their friend. It is the medium guns of the opposing side that are now shooting Grunt Kato. Not with much success.
Both Inquisitors have taken damage on the Rage Quit Cancel Scrim side. As we go ahead and damage is really, really spread out at this point. However, for Rusty Hyenas, the Draugr is taking damage. That is the only thing taking damage. Whereas Rage Quit Cancel Scrims, they're a little spread out. We'll see how target calling with that impacts going forward.
I think what we're seeing here, there was a really low DPS output for a really long time, and I think that curse is to blame. We can now see the APOC shooting, but they're red lasers, so I imagine they're shooting Aurora or something on the infrared spectrum here. They do apply suddenly, and that makes the Draugr go absolutely pop. Ninrazim is gone out of here. With that, they lose their links. Could be important, could be their speed, could be their info, could be their armor links even.
That
Meanwhile,
can be
Grunt
really, really
Kato,
bad.
that could be really, really bad, and they're trying to
Yeah.
trade for Grunt Kato's Pontifex to cost them their own links. But even if Grunt goes down, they'll have 2 minutes of links left on the Apox.
Now, it does look like damage is split a little bit. Looks like they're splitting between the Brutix and the Omen, as the Omen of Danmadir is going ahead and is at 50% armor. Will they get him down? Will they trade for a Pontifex? They need to trade for something at this point.
They need to trade for something at this point. I am honestly I'm kind of impressed here by the actual application of these large turrets. Apox are not tracking bonused, and just target painting alone shouldn't really make you hit smaller targets. But here we are. They are applying, and they're pushing Den Deer into hull, low hull. He's clawing back some armor, but
He is getting reps, but I don't think he's going to hold. We will see. He is he out repping?
well,
He
it is a
is. It looks like he is. He's repping
is a
back his
Rediva.
armor.
Yeah, it is a Rediva. Rediva reps ramp up just like a Zarmaz. So if you manage to survive the first few volleys, then the rest will follow. And they've switched to a more suitable target. A squishy curse is the target of choice, which will let those guns actually apply. So that is a very good call to switch to. And we'll see if the Rediva can switch and ramp quick enough to keep it up.
Absolutely. He is catching, so that we will see. I don't know if they will let him live though. Hopefully they can. Nope. Oh, wow! They got him down to 10% structure. He is managing to catch reps.
Between pulling range and between the Rediva reps ramping up, they do manage to claw it back, just as on the Omen. It's just that the Rediva seems to be either very late at swapping, or it's just not in range, or for some reason there's something that prevents it from applying those reps as soon as someone takes damage. Maybe he got debated in the start when they were testing the waters, and he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't know who they're going to shoot, but here we are. The Rediva is now the target of these Apox. The Apox are burning, and they're still shooting their long-range ammo, trying to be in range. That curse didn't go down, so they remain tracking disrupted. And being lasers, I imagine they're just range-scripted tracking disruptors. We now see the entire cloud of drones go back to the curse of Lan Shan, and the Apox are turning the guns back on him as well. We'll see if they get him this time.
It looks like potentially that Hyena has split damage, as it looks like they're trying to hit Nexium as well as
At this point, they're just trying to hit who's in range. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it looks definitely like they're split damage. This might be a disadvantage to them, as Hyena's Omen. Or actually, no.
I would say that splitting damage against Inquisitors is actually it might be a piloting error, because those have small reps. They cycle quickly. They have twice as many as a single Logi would have, and they already have 3 more reps than a single Rediva has. So everything just taking a little bit of chip damage isn't really the issue. They can just pilot around. They're not scrammed. They're not webbed. They're not neuted. They're not otherwise pressured, and they can just do their thing and keep their team up. And they're doing it extremely well at this point.
Absolutely, as Rusty Hyenas has lost the Omen, the Navy Omen, and the Draugr. At this point, their Rediva is getting jammed out. It looks like jams are landing. Goodness, if they can jam him out.
There are EC drones on him. I don't think it matters, because he's also just very much out of range of the Astarte that just blew up. I say Astarte, I meant Brutix. So he pulled way out of range to avoid the big guns, and then they switch, and he can't get back into range quick enough.
And with that, it looks like the curse is going down. He's not in range.
No, the curse similarly. The Rediva's just isolated, and with that, the rest of his team is isolated, and they can just pick them off one by one. And the Rediva's running out of targets to repair, and he's running out of hit points now that he's become the target himself, and that leaves Nissat Razor in the Harbinger Navy issue as the match is over on time. 126 to 0 points for Rage Quit Cancel Scrim. It doesn't look like they cancelled the Scrim's desk.
Cancel scrims, but they haven't canceled their tournament run. Additionally, there are many good trade offers in their ship names. I've been offered partner skins, a Komodo for a faction fort. I love people who try and be a little bit creative with their ships in the arena. So, in terms of that match, Tian, we saw there that the Rodiva did try and substitute for the Zarmast. How did that work out? Or, to be more accurate, why didn't it work out?
Well, mostly it didn't work out because of good piloting. Like, we had some good splitting damage there. Like, usually you don't want to split damage, but in this case, we had those two bellicoses just focusing on that omen, forcing the Rotiva to make a choice because the Rotiva does have those really strong ramping reps. But if two targets get attacked, you have to make a choice. You can only keep one alive. And he did make the right choice. He kept the curse alive. The curse is absolutely needed if you want to control that comp. But yes, you lost all your low end for that. So is the curse keeping it alive worth losing your low end? I'm not sure. Probably if you want to have a chance at winning the match. And I have to say the Rodiva was slightly late with switching reps. Imagine that Omen only in a few percent hull, and then after that also the Omen in just a few percent hull. And even barely rending reps on the Brutix at all. So maybe with quicker target switching it could have worked better. But there was also great piloting of those two APOCs to still apply damage, even under curse tracking disruptors, which is no easy task.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit tough when you're in a logistic ship with that ramping damage. Like, is now the time to switch? I don't know. Deebs, any comments on that match? Like, it looked pretty one-sided from our side. How close was it in reality?
I think it was about as one-sided as we saw. I certainly with really good piloting, maybe something could be pulled off there. But I think the big thing was there was no way to hold those Inquisitors down. There was nothing good enough to cut through, grab the Inquisitors, put enough webs and paints on them. You can actually use your medium guns to kill them. And with the Logi just staying up the entire way through, that's kind of a win condition for medium gun spam. It does a bunch of damage, but doesn't really do enough to break through reps, especially when the things that you have to kill are battleships.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough matchup there. So moving on to our next match, we've got No Numbers versus Punishing Grey Raven. And let's take a look at the bans for this match. All right, so taking a look at what we see here, Tian, tell me what you're seeing in these bans.
The curse follows Loki's arm Raven Navy. That is a very curious set of bans for me. Because it doesn't scream like we don't want one thing. Like previously we had that one set where there were basically all the damn ships banned, except for the carriers, which was actually curiously left open. But in this case, there is no like we don't want this, we don't want that. It's just generally strong ships, which is very interesting in my opinion, and usually would make me think of a higher skill team that just knows their weaknesses. Like we don't want to fight that in general, and they just have comps that work pretty much always, and just know, yeah, these ships we don't want to face, it tells me that we might get some really, really interesting and good performance here from punishing Grey Raven, which I also noticed already in Alliance tournament that they played really, really well.
Yeah, and Deebs, I'm looking at these bands, and here's your friend the Loki, but none of the other long web ships. What are you seeing in this overall band line?
I mean, the Loki is strong in and of itself because it brings that missile damage along with the webs. So it's I think it's worth banning on its own. That's certainly a reasonable thing to ban. But yeah, the many other web options still open here. The other side didn't do them a favor and ban all the long webs. So if they're really scared of long webs, their bans did not do a good job covering that.
Yeah, maybe it's more of a rush thing. Either way, we are going to see in just a minute. It looks like both teams have landed on grid. They are ready, and I'm going to send it down to the match where Keith and Kevin are going to be bringing you the action.
Hey, thanks everybody for joining us. Joining me today with Kevin, we're taking over the action on the field. Kevin, what does punishing Gray Ravens have on field today?
It looks like 3 missile battleships. However, upon close inspection, none of these are cruise, none of them are torpedo. These are all rapid heavy battleships, which is very surprising seeing rapid heavies on a golem. And against that, what are we looking at for no numbers on the red side?
Yeah, it looks like we've got a little bit of it's going to be an armor comp. They've got a Typhoon fleet on the top end there with a Hugin in support, a Crucifier, and they bring a Stork. Not the first time we've seen a shield ship in an armor comp, but an armor Stork, probably a lot of utility in those mids, supporting the rest of that fleet so they can get some application out. But it looks like a nice little control comp here with double Cruci and Lachesis.
Heavily controlled comp. These shield battleships are going to have a very hard time getting any locks on with that latch on grid with a and the double crucifier. We'll have to see how heavy they are expected to guidance disruption versus tracking disruption. Hey, they're going to have a very hard time getting anything done here with these battleships.
Yeah, it looks like, as you could expect from a control comp here, a little slow on the damage going out, but looks like Teth and the Raptor from Ravens there is taking damage first. We'll see if that Raptor goes on. Early pick of the Raptor is done. Looks like PGR is heading for the Logi now. Got some damage out on that Augur.
That's huge, losing that Raptor off the bat. Without that Raptor, it's going. I can't see any way that these battleships get close in enough that they can actually apply their missiles consistently. Anything they get close to is just going to burn out their range, especially with the Hugin to web them back constantly.
Yeah, it looks like No Numbers is going to pick the burst next, is going to be their next victim there. With some damage had gone out to the Crucifier, those Ravens probably want to get rid of those Crucifiers so they can apply some damage and get some range because they're probably getting missile guidance disrupted. We'll see if this burst goes down as he starts to bleed into hull. And it looks like the Hugin is their new target, so maybe they can try to free themselves up. The burst is holding on for dear life here. We'll see if it goes down.
And it looks like the Golem is trying to line up for an MJD, perhaps trying to do anything it can to get in range here. That Hugin actually dying quite a lot here, but it's still alive and still getting out the webs it needs.
Yeah, 100%. Looks like there's still No Numbers is still focused on that burst, trying to get the burst down. We'll see if there's a swap. Damage stop coming in the burst. Looks like the Typhoon took a little bit of damage, probably some drone damage. Hugin seems to have stabilized. Still getting damage out on a curse. Everybody's trying to jockey for position here and figure out where our next target's going. Not a lot of damage on that control comp. Just the Typhoon fleet probably entered reload. I would assume that is a rapid heavy.
Oh. It is indeed rapid heavy. With that clip run out, the burst gets to live for the time being. And with that clip run out, it looks like the Logi is trying to position forward, trying to get some reps up to that Typhoon and make sure that it can at least threaten DPS here, even if it's unable to apply any of it with the amount of control that the red team is sticking out there.
Yeah, the Raptor only puts him up by 7 points, but I think there goes the burst, just like we called there that he has his Revy. I think we're going to see damage. Looks like damage is going on to the Crucifier. Makes sense. They want to get that Cruci off the field so they can start opening themselves up to hit the other more valuable targets. I have a feeling in Typhoon Fleet, my next target there would be, of course, the Bantam is taking damage now.
However, the Crucifier has not been webbed or scrammed yet. There's a good chance it will be able to pull range here and get out of the reduced range because of the damps, because of the guidance disruption, and on these battleships as the Bantam drops and no Logi is left for punishing Grey Raven.
Yeah, 100%. Losing that Logi, no Logi left. Probably a good time maybe to clear links here to make it true through those battleships easier. And sure enough, they're going to go on Reneko Lark in the Stork as the Crucifier still holds on for dear life as he burns away to save himself from those Ravens. And it looks like he's going to do so as that Stork goes down. So links are down for Project Grey Raven.
But they do have some DPS going into the Hugin, and Hugin getting into low armor now. Oh, the question is if it can pull enough range to get out of those rapid heavies before it dies here. Or if that Hugin dock goes down, this match opens up a lot more for punishing Grey Ravens as they will be able to actually get in and do damage to ships again.
Yeah, it looks like it might go down, but all he has to do is survive that rapid heavy clip, and it looks like damage just all of a sudden stopped. So it looks like they're on reload. The objective here in Project Grey Raven, Kevin, here is to sync up those reloads and kind of like Artie count down and get those targets on. So hopefully they can alpha it off. Augur's got some work to do to save that Hugin.
And it should be noted that Typhoon and Raven get a bonus to rapid heavy missile fire rate, not damage, which makes it so that it's very difficult to keep their missiles synced up with the Golem, which is a large portion of their DPS and a large portion of their application. And so, if they do not get back on top of this Hugin, and then as the rapid heavies come off for the Typhoon fleet of Aethel, things are going to start dropping here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as No Numbers is working through this typhoon. They have a rapid heavy typhoon fleet and maybe some drone damage. Looks like they should be able to get through its reload, but you got to reload those rapid heavies, and it's probably an install on that typhoon, so it might take a little bit longer to burn through it. We'll see if they can get through this typhoon.
Yeah, what I'd be doing right now if I'm punishing Grey Ravens is I'm going to say, screw trying to chase after them. Clearly, they're faster than me. I can't catch them. What I want to be doing right now is positioning towards a beacon. I want to be sitting on an MJD beacon, try to line up anything to get on top of them because chasing clearly is not working out well for him here.
No, it's not. That typhoon's out by himself. Looks like that typhoon's going to go down. Not sure if he's clipped. He's got some shield reps there. Not seeing, he's got quite a bit of drones on him. I think those drones should be able to burn through him. He was probably repping his Ansel after reload, probably on an Ansel reload at this point. We'll see if the drones are able to finish off that typhoon. We got 2 minutes left, not far in this match until we hit OT.
Yeah, and the Typhoon fleet issue probably was on reload there, so he got a dry run off or two on the Typhoon, tried to get the reload on. He might have gotten the reload for his ancillary here as he's just boosting back up. But the rapid heavy, what they come off clip, they're just going to die.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like this next target after he takes the Foon down should be the Raven. Just the Raven and the Golem left on field. For those of you who don't know, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, the Golem still gets a rep bonus out of Bastion, not a resist bonus from Bastion. So
Correct. It gets a shield boost amount outside of Bastion still. So it is still very tanky, but the tank is getting tested here. But I think they'll run out of time before the Golem goes down because the rapid heavy clip is going to run out. Partially went into the Typhoon earlier. So we'll see though.
he's playing really well. It looks like the Golem's not tanking as well as the Typhoon did. So the Golem is going to be taking damage, going to be bleeding structure here. Hopefully he's heating everything for his life as he goes into structure. See if this Golem goes down. 5 seconds left in the match before we head in to the end here. And it looks like our red team there, No Numbers, takes the match. And we'll hand this back off to the desk. We've got a new group with us today.
And welcome back to the desk. I'm joined by Nuke Michael and Sven Blot. Thank you so much. That was a very exciting match with some very interesting ship compositions. Nuke, any comments on what we saw there?
I think that was very well. I think what we saw there was a very, very well flown comp from No Numbers, a very well flown control comp. Especially I want to shout out their Logi pilot did a very good job of keeping all those little ships alive, which can be very difficult when you have a lot of incoming rapid heavy damage like that. And keeping those crucifires alive was crucial to their game plan in that match.
Oh yeah, no, especially with the late arriving armor reps on a cruiser, that that requires almost like precognition. Sven, what did you think of the punishing Grey Raven comp attempt there?
It has a lot of damage, and it can apply that damage to fairly small targets. But the problem with it is all your damage is clip based, and if those clips get disrupted, and you have to, and you're shooting at different things at different times, or you're on reload, all of that can really make you unable to kill anything, and that's exactly what that control comp was trying to do. Is just disrupt those clips, make it hard for them to all apply their damage at the same time, and they succeeded.
Yeah, and we've seen some very interesting comps or sorry, we've seen different archetypes in this tournament so far. Some of them are going to look a lot like what we've seen in the Alliance tournament. Some of them are going to look a lot of similar, or a lot different. Nuke, is there anything that we've seen in this tournament so far that's really standing out to you as a sort of front runner in the metagame?
It's hard to say. I think I'm not surprised to have seen as much gun spam comps as we have. Both armor and shield variants are very common, and that's I think everyone coming into this expected that. I haven't seen anything that I would say was like a surprise. Oh wow, I'm surprised this comp is doing so much better. Uh, Generally, the smaller number of players in the 7v7 format does discourage rushes because your total amount of damage you can put out is lower, but a logic cruiser is still a logic cruiser. Uh, so I'm not surprised that we've seen a little bit less rush, a little bit more mid range, a little bit more control. Expected, I would say.
Yeah, and Sven, I don't know if this is something that you've spent a lot of time on, with the points calculators and stuff, but is this rule set more favorable to one particular type of comp or another, or is this really just, the size of the tournament?
I think that this rule set is wide open in what you can bring. You have 5 bans per team, so you can ban out quite a lot of different archetypes that would be hard for whatever you want to bring. I think there's so much room to bring whatever archetype you want, as long as you can find a time and place for it based off of what you think they're going to bring, what you can get rid of. Um, there's a lot of opportunities, I think.
Yeah, and does the ban system help with that at all? At least narrowing down what you're going to bring?
I think so for sure. Yeah. Uh, it can help you, yeah, get rid of like what would be hard against your comp, being able to read what they are trying to bring. And I think uh, given the amount of viable comps and viable archetypes, the bans aren't necessarily like trapping you into one specific thing if enough stuff is banned, because there's always another place you can go, another like archetype, another ship swap, stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of bans, I haven't heard in my ear whether or not we have bans, so I'm going to ask. Yes, they are ready. Wonderful. Let us take a look at the bans for this upcoming match between Only Need One Scrim and Caldari Intramural. Space Law is complicated.
I
Excellent.
immediately have one thing to point out here. That is almost all of the weapon disruption options off of the table from blue. Curse, Arby, Sentinel, Crucifire as your first 4 bans is a very, very. We hate weapon disruption. We do not want to get weapon disrupted. So I would expect this to be something with a BS core, something where you really cannot afford to lose any of your range or your application.
I could definitely see that.
Meanwhile, yeah, Red, every single long web, including the Loki that Deebs has been calling out. Sven, what are you seeing from Red side here?
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of all the webs. They did leave Ashimu up, so we may see one if the other team is trying to counterplay. Um, they got rid of the Tholos, so I'm expecting a fair amount of top end here. Maybe battleships, maybe battle cruisers, rather in like a more close range configuration, because I think that you're probably most scared of that in that kind of setup.
Yeah,
this is
definitely.
two teams who came into this ban going, there is one thing we hate and we do not want to face it. That appears to have decided their entire ban set, pretty much.
It's a sort of different philosophy. And is there one that you prefer, Nuke? Whether you're going to say like, okay, we're just going to pretend that webs don't exist. We're just going to pretend that tracking disruption doesn't exist. Over, maybe the more like a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Personally, personally when I've run teams in the past, I'm not as big of a fan of putting all your eggs into banning one thing out, especially with something like webs, because like has been mentioned, Ashimo is still available, Balgorn is still available, technically Kruer still exists. Like if you ban out almost everything, you're essentially asking, hey, bring the one thing I couldn't ban that I really don't want, that my ban set has told you I really don't want. Bring it to me. So you better be ready for that, or you better hope they don't take that gamble. And I think that's what both of these teams are risking here.
Yeah, we've got both teams on grid, ready to go, and neither of them has taken that gamble, but they have taken things to a very interesting place where we haven't seen a lot of it before. So we'll send it down to the arena where our casters will tell you what's going on.
Welcome back to
Hey,
the arena. I made a bet to Keith, if this was a few hours ago, that because they banned a bunch of control comps and control ships, that they wanted to bring in just a different control. And I was right, but a few hours early.
Yeah, a few hours early. We're looking at the Caldari team there, and that's what I'm going to call him because I cannot say that name.
The
With
blue
the
team.
ECM control comp, yes, the blue team, Kevin, with the ECM control comp, double Blackbird with their flagship, quote unquote, is what I will call it, the Barbaroga on the top end with some traditional support with the Sweet Pool Jogger and Oneros as their Logi.
And on the other side, we're looking at Gunspam. We got two Harpies, Sidefleet, Phantasm, Vulture, and Maelstrom backed by a Scimitar as Logi. Yeah, it's going to be extremely hard for this comp that has spread out its different jam types quite well that to actually shoot anything that isn't two Blackbirds in the backline.
Yeah, the key here for our red team there is going to be able to shed that Draugr, shed that sweep pool, try to get to those Blackbirds and get rid of those Blackbirds so you can apply damage. So we're going to see where damage comes out first. It looks like the Draugr, sure enough, starts taking damage first with the Scimitar. Only need one scrim taking damage on the red team.
And it looks like the Draugr is taking a lot more than I'd expect. With the jams are now rolling out. It looks like Xander's pulling off some with some of those jams being able to draw DPS away from other targets. The Oneros is going to have its work cut out for it between keeping both of these Blackbirds alive.
Yeah, 100%. Those Blackbirds look like they're bailing off in a different direction. The Oneros is near Ultier. The Oneros is near that Blackbird, but his other Blackbirds are spread out. It looks like the damage is coming on again. The sweep pool is tackled. The sweep pool is, or not tackled, forgive me. The sweep pool is taking damage. He's over there trying to screen. He looks like he's got a Scythe Fleet issue in his grasp that he's holding, and he's taking damage into his shield, which looks like the sweep pool may. We'll see if he holds.
It looks like that Zvipple coming down trying to screen for the Blackbirds is going to pay for it severely as he dips into half armor here, finally starting to catch. But that Barbaroga doesn't seem to be doing much of anything right now. Oh, it might be trying to spool on that Scimitar that's about a bajillion miles away from him. With that range, he's going to be able to apply well, but he's into deep into long range ammunition. If the Scimitar breaks that spool for even a moment, the Simi will get to live for a very long time.
Yeah, it looks like one of the Blackbirds from Rander is into half armor there. Not too good there, but that Scimitar is in half shields. He is dancing the edge of the boundary there. Pretty close. He got pretty close there. He looks like he's burning back in. But the Blackbird is into half armor. We'll see if this Blackbird, the Oneros, can keep the Blackbird up. Looks like he's got a Phantasm that's on him. And then also, it looks like the Maelstrom is on the Blackbird. So not good for that Blackbird. We'll see how long it holds up.
So a peek behind the curtain of these double jam comps is right now what Rander is doing is crying to Ulatlar to get get a jam on the Maelstrom so that the Maelstrom can't keep shooting him and he can pull range. And he's also going to start yelling to get a jam on Martin in the Harpy as well to try to get free, get DPS off of him, and live into the end game of this match. But it looks like that might not be happening.
No, it's not. There's newts. That Maelstrom is hard on that Blackbird. So we're going to Rander go down, but only one scrim is going to lose their Scimitar, going to lose their Logi. So really key for a Logi trade here. If you are only one scrim, you really need to get that Oneros or find a way to deal with that Oneros since you're not an ECM comp. The Scythe Fleet issue is in half shield. Rander somehow crawled back into life here, still alive with like 1%. May have got a lucky jam. Ultier may have got a jam. He did get a successful MJD away from what was tackling him. The Scythe Fleet's gone down. And still, the Caldari team still is yet to lose a ship here. And there goes the Blackbird.
There goes that Blackbird. And with that Blackbird down, it's going to be easier to try to actually do DPS to the things they want to kill. But the problem is that the Onira host on the blue side is still alive. They still have a lot more her tank now that Scimitar has gone down, and they are going to be trying to break through these ships that are very, very far away. They'll need to burn all the way over to them, and we can see Nora and the Maelstrom gunning for her Ulatlar, or as I speak.
Yeah, and there goes the Harpy. Easy pick there. The Oneros is taking damage, does have damage on him. He is tackled, looks like by a Harpy over there. Another Harpy of only one scrim. And then it looks like we've another Blackbird down. So all the jams are off the field. Still have an advantage, I'd still say, is in the Caldari team's part there.
And it looks like the Zvipple and Pontifex have come back to the Oneros to try to screen this Harpy off of him so that the Oneros can slip away and keep alive. The Barbaroga has come back into the center of the field. It is starting to get its spool up on that Phantasm, and the Phantasm is dying very quickly under the DPS.
Yeah, and I believe there's a remote tracking computer on that Oneros, which is probably out, which I would assume the only target you put that on is the Barbaroga to give it some additional tracking or additional range. So it's not having a problem with where its positioning is right now. Getting damage on the Phantasm, it looks like damage was split a little bit between the Barbaroga and the Oneros, with a Vulture sitting on top of the Barbaroga, trying to hold it in place so they can try to spread this team out or keep the Barbaroga from killing things. Looks like a sweep pool. Radicos in the sweep pool is taking some damage now. We'll see if he goes down next.
And it does look like that Harpy is getting scrammed and webbed by the ball of screen trying to free the Oneros, but it may not be in time as the Maelstrom is now right on top of the Oneros, is going to start kicking out tons of DPS into him.
Yeah, 100%. We just saw that Harpy go down to try to free up the Oneros, but it doesn't matter because the Maelstrom is barreling to the Oneros. The Maelstrom is webbed, but I don't think it's going to make a difference with the Pontifex and the sweep pool trying to screen the Maelstrom for the Oneros. Oneros is likely dual propped, which is a common way. So it looks like the Oneros is still going to pull away, might slip away from that Maelstrom.
What I'd be doing right now if I'm in that Zvipple or in the Pontifex, I'm burning towards the Oneros, and then I'm going to try to bump the Maelstrom away from him to speed up him getting away from that grapple range to try to free the Oneros. The Oneros being alive means that this entire comp lives forever. There's nothing they can break if that Oneros is up.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like the Oneros is going to slip away there, away from the Maelstrom. Looks like a Newt's coming out onto the Maelstrom now. The one scrim has got the Barbaroga tackled up there, but I don't know if that's going to make a difference. And they're still desperately trying to kill those Oneros. He's hanging on for his life. Looks like he hit MWD. He's going to try to burn away there. Really want to clear that Phantasm. That Oneros needs to get back in range of the Barbaroga, get it some tracking computers on it, but I don't know if he's going to make it. He's down to about 10% bleeding hole now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like the Baba is spooling up on this Vulture that's held down by this Vipple and the Draugr. So this Vulture will be dying just as the Oneros goes down.
Yeah, just not going to be fast enough though here. So we still have the Barbaroga, the Pontifex, the Draugr still on the field. Not sure how much longer that Pontifex is going to die. Going to lose some links there if that is a links boat. That Pontifex unfortunately was in the unfortunate position of being on top of the Maelstrom.
Yep, and with the Oniro's dead, the Maelstrom has few other options it might even want to shoot at right now. Oh, as the Pontifex gets ripped apart by it.
Yeah, 100%. And we've just gone into overtime here. So we'll see how quickly that Vulture goes down. But the Barbaroga has a tall task. He's got to get rid of the Vulture, the Maelstrom, and the Phantasm. Now, the Draugr, even without unbonus DPS in reverse tie-dye, still going to do some damage here. See if that Draugr can get out there and help his Barbaroga get some damage. Looks like Radikos in the sweep pool is taking damage. Radikos is down. So
Look,
close match here.
I think Drayden's going to be following soon as it tries to run past the Maelstrom. Looks like it's gunning for the Phantasm in the back line. And as the Baba is also actually shooting the Phantasm, not the Maelstrom right now. How it's spooling up at massive range. That's one thing that Baba does better than the Leshak is it has an incredible range bonus and it is able to reach out and tap at incredible distances.
Yeah, we're seeing into 2.5% tie-dye, reverse tie-dye, and the Draugr and Barba in half armor. The Phantasm's half shield. The Barba, the Draugr is running away for his life from that Phantasm. Those medium lasers there, not having too much of a problem tracking him at the moment. The Maelstrom is in half shields. It is chunking pretty heavy. I think reverse tie-dye is going to be in the favor of the Barbaroga here.
Absolutely. It is a Marauder. It is very, very, very tanky. Yeah, and it looks like we might have some issues with the visuals because it looks to me like the Bob is spooling on the Phantasm, but it looks like the Maelstrom's dying.
Yeah, no, that's a common trig thing, I guess. CCP will fix the visuals, but Maelstrom goes down. It's just Barbaroga and Phantasm. The point favor is in favor of Caldari here, down to the last ships.
And I'm not sure if the Phantasm will have will be able to do anything against this Bob as it starts spooling up on it and chunking the Phantasm in seconds.
Yeah, no, not much hope for the Phantasm here, even with an AV bonus and trying to get transversal. Barbaroga can track pretty well at that range. Not going to have much of an issue with killing the Phantasm. Actually, the Phantasm is right on top of him. For some reason, I thought he was far away. Sorry, I'm blind. But the Phantasm is at 0, but the Barbaroga at 3 times reverse tie-dye. It's going to take him out. And Caldari is going to take this match from only one scrim here shortly. And we'll hand it back to the desk.
Welcome back, and the Caldari debate team won that particular match, and in quite stunning overtime fashion. Sven, one of the things that we were talking about during the match, you noticed that they made some particular fitting decisions on that Oneros. Why don't you let us know what that was?
Yeah, so the Aneros has a fairly rarely used bonus to remote tracking computers. So rather than the Guardian having remote cap transfer, it has remote tracking computer, and you can give up some of your mids rather than a SIBO, rather than cap boosters, to boost the range of some turret shifts. And specifically, they chose to use it on that Barbaroga, letting it hit out to some pretty crazy distances.
Yeah, and that Barbaroga, we relatively new ship. We have not seen it a lot in the tournament. It was definitely maybe a little overcosted in the Alliance tournament. Nuke Michael, what is it doing for that comp in general, and do you think we're going to see it more in this tournament?
I do think we might see it a little bit more in this tournament, but this comp we're seeing here is not something that's entirely new. It's just using a Babaroga in place of where you used to use a Leshak. So they're just using the Babaroga as a more expensive but Giga Leshak. It was very common to see Leshak with E-War support and just like our only damage is Leshak, it will spool and kill something, and that's what Kodari Intramural Space Law's complicated debate team brought to the table here.
Yeah, I think the Barbaroga actually, I think actually it ends up being slightly less expensive than the Leshak. I have to double check the points, but it's basically we have a second Leshak available, so thank you for that. But we went into overtime. That means we have a fast match to go. So we've got WeForm Volta versus Hongshan Academy of Sciences coming up. Let's take a look at their bands. All right, looking at these bands here, Nuke, anything jumping out at you?
We got the Hugin Rapier double ban with the Loki again, but the Loki came from the other team. Um, Nothing super surprising here. You have a lot of the same thing we've been seeing with weapon disruption bans and web bans. They're not as complete here, so both teams will have options for both long webs and for weapon disruption that aren't banned. Both Zarm and Rodiva off the table, though, to me is a big sign of someone's bringing a low DPS comp.
Yeah, and Sven, anything jumping out at you?
Me, the red team's ban really scream that they're trying to bring Octo because they're getting rid of those weapon disruption ships. They're getting rid of the higher damage APOC Navy that can maybe just push through APOC ships or Octo ships. So that's what I'm reading from them. From the blue team, not totally sure. Their bans are kind of more general, where they're banning just strong ships that could threaten a bunch of different types of comps.
Yeah, and just real quick, as the teams are loading, I know we've seen some questions about the percentages on the bottom. We'll be trying to get you that next match, but we can see which things are perhaps the more popular bands. But the teams have loaded, so we are going to send it to the arena where the casters will break down the action.
All right, thank you, everybody. It looks like Hoshan's comp is a Tholos. Finally see a Tholos today. Sleipnir, Osprey, Sleipnir, Sweevepool, Scythleisho, Cinnaball, which, hey, I've been calling it all day, bringing rush. And it looks like what Hoshan is bringing is a rush, a little bit of a take on the classic Mimitar rush with the double Sleipnir.
And it looks like Volta might be matching them here with the double Raven Navy. These are both Torp fit Raven Navies. So they will have lots and lots and lots of DPS here. However, they will struggle to apply even to the battle cruisers. They will have difficulty at applying to. But with their range, they can do a fair bit of like semi kiting, and we'll see how they play it out here. Or if they can get off the block away from these Sleipnirs.
Yep, match starting. Drones out. We'll see what's going to happen here with the burst. I would see the Osprey might go down first. We'll see where damage goes, but it looks like damage is going to go out on Fly Den and the Sleipnir. Volta hitting Fly Den, and he probably has a pretty good local rep on there. He's going to be able to tank that damage. Moving over to the Tholos now.
I'm going to say it right off the bat. I think primarying the Sleipnirs first is a misplay. Sleipnirs have incredibly strong local repairs and are very good at catching repairs from their Logi. With the Logi still on grid, it's going to take a very, very long time to grind down this Sleipnir, as we see it jumping all the way back almost to full shield as the Gila starts to bleed down for Ithaca.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to maybe get the Logi to overcommit onto the Sleipnir, and they're swapped quickly to the Tholos as both of them were taking the damage, and Tholos bleeding into structure here. Likely we'll see the Tholos go down. Maybe Logi may be catching it, but Ithaca Hawk is the one primary now for the Gila, taking damage with a burst, taking some probably drone damage on the Tholos for now. Seems to be catching.
And if those breacher pods, the Tholos still alive, able to stick out more and more of them, as the Raven Navy of both Stiggy and Annie are both taking heavy bleed damage from that damage over time as it stacks up. And the Tholos gets away with it. It's slipping away.
Ithaca goes down in the Gila. So Volta down a ship there with Haas Academy, Hongshu Academy, excuse me, still up in a Sleipnir of Fly Den, taking damage again. I feel like those Raven Navies want to go on something bigger. They want to go on a battle cruiser. Maybe that's why we're seeing the shots into the Sleipnir first.
And they don't have a bellicose, they don't have a vigil, they don't have a vigil fleet, they have no bonus paints in this entire composition, and they're so reliant on shooting something big here. And as the Tholos comes back in, it'll get another round of dots off, and the Tholos is still alive for it.
Yeah, 100%. And they're not punishing him for it. He is taking some damage. Stiggy is in half shield there. I don't think those bursts and Bantam are going to be able to keep Stiggy up through the damage that's coming out from this high damage comp from Hongshu Academy.
And Flyden and swap to Flyden here, and the damage is being taken. They've ground through some of his local reps, but the Osprey is still alive, and the Tholos is still alive despite the amount of damage going into it, and it's able to get another breacher off.
Yeah, 100%. That Tholos is putting in work, and Stiggy looks like he's going to go down. And it looks like Volta's also likely going to lose its burst as well. So, really critical here. Volta need to try to get that Osprey off. They're going to be behind on Logi if that burst does go down. Somehow it hasn't, and Stiggy's gone down, but not looking good for the Volta team. It looks like Volta is going to put damage onto the Osprey, a little bit of damage there.
I'm very surprised we didn't see Volta try loading, just load up your her faction missiles and just pound the Osprey. Why didn't that happen 3 minutes ago? Oh, as the Osprey is only now taking damage. If that had happened, they probably would have broken the Tholos. They probably would have broken the Sleipnir by now. Oh, instead of having half their composition dead already, as the Osprey goes down.
Osprey. Yeah, the Osprey just gets blown up there, which again, I said it out of the gate, probably would have been a good call. Maybe they weren't in the range. Maybe they didn't have webs on it. Whatever it may be, they didn't shoot the Osprey. Finally got it off the field, but I think it's going to be too little too late as Annie starts to go down and the Bantam goes down.
Logi trades are great and all, especially when you spend way less on your T1 Logi frigates versus their T1 Logi cruiser. But that doesn't help when you have no more DPS as everything dies.
Yeah, correct. This one looks like it's about in with just the Caracal of Zebediah Crane and the Caracal and Merc 404 in the Stork, the last two alive for the Volta team. I feel like the Caracal is going to burn for a life. We might get a boundary record here. Who knows if he can get to an MJD beacon and get out of the boundary.
Yep, and it looks like the Stork's in the same boat, trying to slip away from this Vipple. Oh, but I don't think it'll make it to an Edge of Glory, unfortunately. The Caracal might have more luck, but the Cinnaball is hot on its heels.
Yeah, that Cinnaball chased down the Caracal. It looks like he caught him, as a web on him. That Caracal's not going to get away. Unfortunately, they're not going to let him get away. Hung Shu is like, no, we are going to go for the complete wipe here. Not going to let you boundary today.
No Edge of Glory today, as we are going to watch the final Caracal bleeding out, and with that, we will throw it back to the desk.
Welcome back. Hongshan Academy of Sciences, they brought it. They proved that their science was, in fact, correct, and that science was particularly interesting. They brought a rush comp. Sven, you were saying that sorry, I was listening to noises. I believe it was Sven, saying that rush less common in this setup.
Unfortunately, that
why did
was
one work?
actually me who said that. Of course, as soon
I'm
as I
sorry,
say that,
Nick.
someone shows up to prove me wrong. But I think this was a very good showing of what I mean. Rush setups didn't become bad; they just might have become slightly less common. But this is a very good matchup for an AC rush because you have your biggest targets, which is what those torps want to shoot, is Sleipnirs, which are, as far as BCs go, to be shot at with torps, aren't great options. And you don't have anything bigger than that. You don't have a big battleship that they can pump with their torps, but you still have a ton of damage output, and they only have two T1 Logis. That Gila died very quickly at the start because he's just such an easy target, and then from there it was very surgical and good target calling from the blue team. I think it might have gone a little bit different if Red had tried for the Osprey earlier, but they didn't, and who knows how Blue would have reacted. So you can't say for sure that would have changed things.
Indeed, indeed. And our first Gila to go, by the way, shout out to CCP Overload, common tournament host, now tournament Gaming. Yeah, Tournament Corpse. That's unfortunately how it goes sometimes. Sven, was there anything that Volta could have done to maybe pull that one out?
I think that while the Sleipnirs are not a great target to shoot, they are kind of the only thing that your Torps can apply to. Maybe the Osprey if you can tackle it, but I think when they started shooting the Sleipnir and it got to half shield, it was tanking off its local shield booster, but eventually that's going to run out. I think that if they had kept on that Sleipnir, just try to push through that, that would have been their best shot.
Instead of switching off to the Tholos, which they got into a hole but didn't kill.
Yeah, it's really tough to kill a destroyer, potentially one that has six mids, so potentially could have an afterburner. It'd be really really hard to kill that with your torps. Surprised they even got it that low, honestly.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen. So in the right after the Tholos came out, it was just incredibly dominant in Captain's Cup or Charity Cup 2. And then, it got overshadowed by the Cenotaph in the Alliance tournament. It's back here, it's unbanned, and it's getting banned, some of the time. Nuke, do you think this is down to the nerfs that we've seen? Is this a format change? What's driving the Tholos's return to maybe reasonable popularity?
I think it's both that well, both ships did receive nerfs in the meantime, but I think those nerfs hit the Cenotaph worse than they did the Tholos. That and it's just simply much easier to fit a destroyer into your comp than it is to fit a BC into any random comp. Especially when that BC is such a big target, it is so much easier to apply to, and it's not that tanky. The Tholos is, despite being a much smaller ship, tends to feel a bit more survivable.
Yeah, definitely those, in particular the afterburning Thyloses can be just really annoying to kill. So I'm hearing we do have bans for the next match, so let's take a look at those. And got some intel on the numbers on the bottom. So the B and the P that is intended to be the ban and the pick rate, I think the denominators might be a little bit messed up here because we're seeing a lot of zeros on the P. But the ban, higher number there means that is a more popular ban. Zarmazd banned in pretty much every match, sitting at 4.3. That's pretty much your ceiling. Meanwhile, Apocalypse Navy issue, not nearly as popular a ban. Sven, looking at these bands, I see we've got the Maulus, the Celestus, not the other damp stuff. What's leaping out at you here?
At the risk of repeating my same guess over again, I feel like I'm seeing Octo in banning Slep, Napoc, some weapon disruption. Those are both threats to your Octo core that probably can just push through. But, I'm very ready to be proven wrong.
I mean, the thing about Octo, right, is it's one of those comps that as soon as you think like, nah, they're not going to bring Octo, I can just forget about it. There, you show up and you just get your world rocked by a bunch of battle cruisers. Nuke, looking at this, are you also seeing sort of Octo vibes, or is something else coming out?
Um, I see why Sven is getting Octo vibes, and I'm gonna look real dumb if they bring Octo, and I just went, I don't think they will. But I don't know. To me, some of these, especially things like the T1 cruisers, like the Celestis and RB, which are easier to apply to, you're not as scared of with an Octo compared to a team where your DPS is more concentrated in a few ships. Uh, one damp on each of your DPS ships is a lot easier to deal with than when you only have 3 DPS ships and each of them has 3 damps on them. Especially because
so true.
Octo, as far as comps go, is more capable of dealing with small stuff at range than many other heavier cores are.
Yeah, and looking at those, damp ships, they're a little bit easier to deal with. On the other hand, I don't think we've seen that many Lachisises or Razus. Sven, has that shown up much at all?
We haven't seen it. I mean, surprised that people aren't, giving it a shot. But it might just be too expensive for them to bring in their comps. You only have a certain amount of points. you're already trying to fit as much damage as you can into your control comp. Maybe the Lash just takes too much space away from that.
Yeah, it could be. So we've got a little bit more time before these teams land. Nuke, do you want to offer a just prediction for Spooky at a Distance versus 2 times 16th?
Ooh, that's exactly calling comps is kind of hard, but I think
Not
with
comps,
this
but
many,
who's winning?
who's winning? I think I have blue 2x16 here.
All right, 2
I'm
by
gonna
16,
go
presumably referring to
with
AT
red.
finishes. Okay, spooky action.
Mhm. I believe that Spooky Action at a Distance is barcode. So I'm going to go with the team that I know, at least.
That makes sense. And we're still waiting to see them land. I saw the ref said that warping is enabled.
Yeah, Spooky Action is barcode, and 2x16, I believe, in the last AT was known as Nerve.
Okay, yeah. Barcode, one of the victims of the Upset Alliance tournament. Very exciting ruination of brackets in the early rounds of that tournament. We'll see if Barcode's able to do a little bit better in this one. But we do now have both teams landed on grid, so we'll send it to the arena and we'll see whose prediction will reign supreme.
Welcome back to the arena. It looks like the one who was saying that it's an octo comps is what they were feeling was spot on the money today.
Sorry, I had to
Absolute.
cough there. Apologies. Yeah, it looks like we've got on the 16th team there the Absolution, the Brutix, the Demos. Definitely a traditional Octocop with a double Rodiva out there. So both teams bringing a Rodiva for Logi, helping them out there. So curious, the Rodiva's been pretty popular today, and I've received some intermittent results on how effective it's been.
And we are looking at a very, very near mirror comp here. The only difference is here is that on the blue side, hey, 2x16 have upgraded their battle cruisers to Navy and an Absolution, and in exchange swapped one of the Phobos to an Omen. That's really the only difference here.
Yeah, we just need to rename this match 2x8 because we got the double octo here comp. So we'll see who has the better octo, who has the better comp there. And really, this is going to come down in those mirror matches. I hated them when I flew. And I shouldn't say I hated them, but it really comes down to who the better pilots you can execute better.
Yep, I think that both sides are going to have similar strategies here of try to one tap out the vigil before the Rodiva can get the chance to swool up on it, and on red side they'll probably go for the Omen after that because it's the squishiest thing on grid to kill. While on the other side they'll probably shoot for the Rodiva. Honestly, that's my forecast of the weather today.
Yeah. No, I think the vigil will probably be a quick pick that you try to make, and then we'll see, I would say, transition into the Logi trade. But we'll see it out as the match goes live. Links are up, and pilots should be moving. So sure enough, we see the Rodiva, the vigil getting shot early with the vigil going down there, and 16th Rodiva taking damage.
We'll see if that Rodiva actually goes down in this initial exchange. That it looks like Spooky Action at a Distance is chasing straight through the enemy fleet, trying to keep DPS on it, and they might pay for that with a Brutix and maybe the Rodiva as well here.
Yeah, no, 100%. The Rodiva is taking damage. They're going to try to get this Rodiva. The damage from the 16th is on the Brutix. They did get some damage on the Rodiva. Not sure if they're going to get Striker down. Looks like he's taking a little bit of damage, but nothing too concerning. Otherwise, Giano in 16th in the Omen there is taking damage as he burns back for the Rodiva. He looks like he might be trying to tackle the Rodiva. We'll see if a Rodiva of the Striker is going to be able to get an MJD off of. I don't know what's going to happen here.
That Omen running right up on top of it. It might even get bumped before it can. Oh, nope, the bump misses and the Rodiva is still spooling. I don't know if there's a scram on it. Hey, quick enough, though.
Yeah, no, it looks like
Looks like
Striker
there
went
was.
down the Rodiva. Yeah, it's something you don't know. If you use an MJD, it blooms your SIG. So you get like triple painted. and it makes you a little bit easier to target a hit while you spool up for those few seconds to go off. But it looks like LW in 16th, the Rodiva. So we had a Logi trade here, with the Vigil being the one ship difference there, and the Brutix in half armor with no Logi left on field.
And without that vigil on the side of spooky action at a distance, hence they will have difficulty applying down onto the enemy vigil. But it, without without those Rodivas on, this match is going to go very, very quickly.
Yeah, 100%. IT are going down for Spooky and the Brutix. The Brutix Navy of King MIF is in about half armor. The Harb Navy is the next target, which is probably the best target there, as it's going to have the T1 resist with no links up at this point.
And 2x16 being up better battle cruisers here is going to pay dividends. Every second that 2 battle cruisers are on grid, they're doing more DPS than the enemy fleet can. And it's paying off very well, as the Harvey is dipping faster even than the Brutix Navy is.
Yeah, the Harvey's going to be going down surely. That Brutix Navy still trying to be chunked by a Phobos, Demos, and Zealot and Harb Navy, but it's not going to matter because that Brutix is, you know what? He doesn't have any Logi bots on him. It's simple, which is kind of a surprise, but looks like the Phobos is going to be next for Spook to go down, with 16th still holding on to that Brutix Navy.
And that Brutix Navy did line up on an MJD beacon, but it looks like they've decided to pull away from it here. And are just going to rely on her hull tank. Brutix Navy, he is famously hull tank is very strong, but it looks like it'll last as the Phobos goes down for spooky action at a distance here.
Yeah, the Phobos go down with 16th still up here. Looks like this match is in hand. I don't see the Zealot and the Demos soloing the rest of the 16th team on field. The Zealots in half armor. The Brutix is going to go down. The Omen's probably an easy target, depending on if they can get damage down onto the Omen. But I think this match is about closed out as they clean up the verdict in the Zealot.
Absolutely. I do think that gunning for that Rodiva right off the bat and not killing it, it really crippled their efforts here, as they lost a vigil and then dragged their entire fleet through a fleet of gunships that could load close range ammunition and pound into whatever they wanted. And they didn't trade well. They were right on time with the Rodiva despite being down the vigil.
Yeah, 100%. Even though they lost the vigil early, the trade still went in the favor of 16th, and 16th only losing the Rodiva, but that Rodiva did its job and survived long enough, out-survived the other Rodiva, and they were able to. 16th is going to come away with a W here, as God's Apple and the Demos is in about 25% armor.
Yep, LW doing an excellent job in the Rodiva, burning away, skimming just across the edge of the arena. By my count, he got 10 kilometers from the edge as he skirted around it, making sure that he stayed alive, even as the enemy Rodiva took damage and went down with him.
All right, with that, we're going to hand it off back to the desk, and it looks like a vigil will win you a match if it doesn't die.
And with that, we have 2x16 taking the victory over Spooky Action at a Distance. And Sven, it's your Octo. They brought the gun spam. Both sides brought the gun spam. I believe you wanted to talk about the first targets that each team picked.
Yeah, I like the choice of shooting Logi first. I know we have some disagreements between in the commentary crew about that, but I don't think you need the Vigil to be able to hit the Rediva. So I like just going straight for the Rediva, just try to get that Logi trade done with an advantage to your side. The only problem is they went for Logi first, but killed it second, and I think that really doomed them.
Yeah, and Nuke, what prevented them from being able to get their, be the first ones to kill a Rediva?
I think this is one of those disagreements in the casting discussion. I think that killing the Vigil actually does make a notable difference on the survivability of the Rediva afterwards, uh, without having those bonus paints. Sure, it's medium guns and you're shooting at a cruiser and you should still be applying well. It does make you apply a little bit less well. And when that Rediva is running for his life, and if you want to chase him, you have to be dragged through the enemy team, that really hurts and it buys a lot of time for blue. And it's just that these medium gun comps can kill frigates so easily, and like we saw, that Vigil died. Boof. Why would you? Why not clear the paint help off the grid?
Yeah, and do they need? So I know we've usually seen these medium gun comps. They come in, they pick a frigate first. If they had gone the other way, if they'd gone like Rodiva into Vigil, would the Vigil still be a good target, or do they start to struggle once the Vigil's able to speed up?
I think that's also a big part of it. If you catch him flat-footed at the very start, before he's gotten his speed up, before he's gotten his angle right to have max transversal, it is a lot easier to kill.
Yeah, we did see those Redivas attempting to use the micro jump units. Sven, how do you feel about the decision to do that? As we heard in the commentary, the Sig Bloom might have been the end of that Rediva. Is it still worth trying to jump away?
I think so. There's not just the sig bloom, but also in order to get to a beacon, you have to, or to be able to use the beacon, you have to stop at the beacon, do a turn, kind of align yourself, and that turn and slow down can kill you often just as much as the sig bloom. In the AT, my first match flying with Meta Reloaded, I was in the Ineros. I hit a boosh and went out of the arena. But I think if I had successfully stayed in, it would have been a good play. Just like if that Rediff had gotten it off, it would have been a good play for him too.
Yeah, Edge of Glory is really not to be understated as a potential consequence of hitting the boosh. We've seen far too many people go out that way. I am hearing that we have the bans ready for our next match. So let's take a look at the bans for Kick Zoot versus Highly Regarded. All right, so taking a look at these, what do we have here? Nuke. I'm seeing a lot of the same type of stuff that we're seeing before. Anything unusual in this band set?
Yeah, this looks very much what I would expect to see. Very standard bands. The Pontifex stands out to me a little bit because we haven't seen a whole lot of basic command destroyer bands, but it does help a lot if you're expecting your enemy to be bringing an armor comp. It cuts off. It doesn't cut off armor links entirely because they can still bring a Magus, but it does mean if they want bonus info links, they have to commit an entire command destroyer, which is a lot. I mean, like entire command ship, which is a lot more points than being able to get it off a command destroyer. If you're planning to bring ECM or damps, especially, I could see that being a very valuable ban.
Yeah, and Sven, anything for you that's jumping out here?
The Swipple seems like a really interesting ban. Out of all the rush ships, to pick that one in particular, I wonder if what they're very afraid of is like the high damage, high application um, from that ship. So maybe they're trying to do like Logi frigates, which really can get absolutely melted by a Swipple. On the other hand, that Pontifex ban kind of makes me think: are they going to try to get their opponent into a Magus, and because it's less tanky, see if they can snipe that? So I'm curious as to where they're going from that.
Yeah, I was wondering if this could be like a sort of the Pontifex ban would be a sort of like a response, like, oh, we had one idea and then we went later. But looking at the times along the top, that's how long the team spent thinking about it. They didn't think about any of these bans. This is, they had these locked in and ready to go. Meanwhile, Kick Zoot, 53 seconds, 1 minute, so on and so forth. Nuke, what's the pressure like when you're doing these bans?
There is a fair amount of pressure in terms of you don't want to miss a ban if you were slow to respond. There's a lot of pressure to be there on time for it, but I don't think there's a ton of pressure in terms of changing your bands mid ban wave. There is the ability to do that now that we do bans in this way where it's you get to see the team's last ban and you make your new choice versus the old way of blind banning. But the way we did it and the way I believe most teams do it is you already generally know what you're expecting them to ban, and you already have a list of like if they ban this, we're doing that. We respond with this, or if they ban this, we respond with this. And none of these bans look out of left field enough to have made either team have to leave that already understood idea of what we're going to be banning.
That makes sense. And indeed, we look at the ban percentages, and if 4.3, 4.5, if that's your ceiling, a lot of these ships are way up there. We've seen them in a lot of the ban lines. Sven, looking at this bans, any predictions for comp archetypes here? More Octo?
There's a lot of long webs available, and I would not be surprised if um, one of the teams brought some sort of kiting comp um, and just tried to like snipe some of the tackle and just run away, which I can see some of these bans facilitating. Um, Potentially an Octo, it's ever popular. These bans are fairly good for that, a lot of the newts and rubber stuff from down, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. And this is going to be our last match of this stream. After them, we'll come back to the desk and then we'll close it off. So we'll send it over to the casters to break down this last match.
All right, thank you, everybody. So it looks like Highly Regarded's going to have a Helios is the first thing that jumps out to me about this comp. Interesting pick. We'll see what the Helios does for their team. I'm assuming it's going to be a support ship, maybe have some Ewar on it, that kind of thing. But bringing a Bargus at the top end with a Hugin, Lachesis, Augur. So it looks like a hybrid control comp, maybe an Armor Bargus. It'd be some fun there from Honorable there.
Absolutely. The Helios the Helios gaming and local against a AC gun rush. I know we've seen a very similar comp with Hugin and Latch in a control setup like this. If I remember rightly, it was versus his rapid heavy battleships. But in this instance, the Citadel, Scythe fleet, Hurricane fleet are all very, very fast. It's going to take one, maybe two webs even to try to hold them back here if they do charge in. But they're not. They're immediately backing up to a beacon.
Yeah, they're going back to a beacon, and I think the Warpins really played a role here on that decision. I'm going to guess that this AC comp is heading back to a beacon. They want to get on top of this control comp. They want to get on top of it and start burning down, like whether the Lachesis, whether it be the Crucifier, because at the range they were at, they were just going to get separated out, tackled, and they weren't going to have a lot of luck.
This is a rapid heavy Barghest, so it had Barghest get range bonus to all of their missiles. So the Barghest is already shooting out towards the and slamming that Outrider. Holy crap! Outrider's gone.
Yeah, that Outrider going down, not cool. They do have a Hurricane fleet. I think there might be some. I didn't pay attention, unfortunately, on my part. See if the Hurricane had links, but the Outrider, not a good loss there for them. The Tholos looks like it might be going down next year.
Absolutely, especially this early in the match. That means that once this is Rush Comp is able to get in, they might have already lost their link bonuses is by the time they do so. Oh, as the Tholos goes down as well, he's getting chunked, and there it goes.
Yeah, there goes the Tholos. It's a decent amount of damage, as we saw when the Tholos was in the last match with Hungsho Academy. Looks like an MJD went off. Hurricane Fleet is out there by himself. Looks like their fleet is it's gonna get together, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to do much off of this. With this jump back here, they're still at kind of a bad range, and the Scythe is taking damage next. Looks like that might be going down next.
Absolutely. Masterful play by highly regarded. They saw them grouping up on the beacon and then burnt into right around 70 kilometers when they saw the activations go off for the jump beacon. And they immediately started burning forwards, meaning that his rush comp lands at long range, even though they want to be right on top of everything. They just don't get what they want here.
Yeah, that armor barg has got to have a lot of utility in it, a lot of control in this comp, and they're just executing this control and just really have this team searching for answers, trying to go for a pick with damage coming out onto the uh, highly regarded Hugin right now. But that scythe looks like it's going to be the next, as that barg reloaded, next victim of Zoot. Unfortunately, and the scythe goes down.
Yep, and I think that that little bit of shield damage coming into the Hugin is probably that Scythe fleet issue trying to push it and it getting webbed and just loading barrage and hoping for the best. As this Hugin is armor tanked with the Og to back it up, so a little bit of shield damage doesn't mean anything here. But it looks like the Machariel Hurricane fleet are all trying to close in, and as the Scythe fleet is held back by the Hugin's extremely strong long webs.
Yeah, it looks like we see webs on the Machariel, webs on the Hurricane fleet. That there's webs on every single one of those ships. So great job of the highly regarded of just controlling this comp and just slowly just pulling away from them, and just they just don't have an answer. Their MJD was their only hope there.
And with that MJD, he backfiring essentially. He highly regarded doing an excellent job of maintaining their kite here, or keeping back everything that could be threatening. As the Bargas just pounds anything it feels like it.
Yeah, this is a great example of what a control comp does to a to a rush comp. It just slows, separates it out, doesn't have any chance. The only chance this rush comp of Zoot had was hopefully to get a good warp in. We're right next to the control comp and get on top of them, but unfortunately, that just was not in the cards today.
And that Battle Helios holding strong. I'm going to take a closer look at it. It's probably kicking out tons of remote sensor boosters. It's kicking out paints already, making sure that it can provide support on a very tight budget. That Helios a mere 4 points. It's cheaper than a T1 frigate.
Yeah, yeah, that Helios. Yeah, 100%. He's sitting on top of the Machariel, and I can't. It looks like, excuse me, I clicked the Machariel. He wasn't sitting on top of the Machariel, but he has target paints. I would assume he's got something else in there in those mids on that Helios to help for support and just help with that Bargus just apply to whatever the heck they want it to.
Yep. And as the match goes on, the rapid heavies are just chewing up everything on grid. But the Barguest has tons of range with those rapid heavies. And I want to take a second to note that what likely happened with that Outrider right off the bat was that the outright that as a Barguest burns, the missiles will stack a little bit closer together. That can give you an extra alpha strike and pull off those picks right off the bat. And it's usually called Dopplering. Very
Yeah.
effective here as the Outrider gets slammed instantly.
It's definitely it's like a cavalry charge, like the old cavalry charge Ravens back in the day. But yeah, and I'm not sure if that's an armor tank Barg. We haven't seen it take any damage. I would assume so. Um, Maybe not. I mean, I can definitely see we saw some shield ships moved in with armor logi. So that Barg could have a lot of utility in the mids there. That Hurricane fleet looks like he's going to boundary. Yep, the Machariel boundary to 181 was gone, and the Hurricane fleet's going to do the next year shortly.
The edge of glory of these last few ships, the Hurricane fleet dancing right across the edge as it finally hits it. And with that, at the final match of this arena, we will head on back to the desk.
All right, welcome back. We have highly regarded leaving the Ishimu behind in favor of victory. Congratulations to them, featuring some fairly unusual ships, or at least one fairly unusual ship. Sven, tell us about this Helios, and do you like it?
I actually like it a lot. So they have a really expensive top end in the Bargest double recon, and in order to fit, the rest of the comp, you're gonna have to make some sacrifices. And that sacrifice they made was, well, we have only 4 points left. What fits in that? And you can't even fit a Tech 1 frigate. You have to go to covert ops. And out of all the covert ops, you know, the Helios, it has some mids, it has some low slots also, so it doesn't just die to one set of drones. I like the utility you can get from it. I think that, you know, choosing those strong ships and giving up a low end is a choice, and I think it paid off for them.
Yeah, speaking of the recons, Nuke, we saw there both the long range webs, which we've seen picked and banned a lot, as well as a Lachesis. And not only was it a Lachesis, which can bring damps, but they could have brought a Celestis. How do you feel about those two ships in this comp? What were they bringing to the comp?
Well, the latch compared to a Celestis, because I think we all understand what a Hugin is bringing to the table in a comp like this, with how many long webs an army Hugin can bring to the table. But the latch damps, each individual damp is so much stronger that, especially if you're trying to damp someone who's under links, has a local SIBO, has a Recibo coming in, the strength of your damp starts to matter more than just how many you can stack on there. And the latch brings incredibly strong damps to the table, and it brings a bunch of them. The one risk you run with a latch is if you run into frigate damps, because the frigates lock faster and because you're bigger, they can win the initial damp war via landing their damps first if you're in a latch versus, say, a Mollis or a Carries. And I believe that's also what the Helios was here to help with, because we didn't die and we don't know, but I'd be willing to bet it has at least one or two Recibos on it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And very well comped, very well flown, and congratulations to them. That is our last match of the day. Thank you very much, Nuke and Sven, for hanging out with me on the desk. Thank you, Twitch chat, for coming and hanging out. And thank you in particular to all of the referees in this arena, as well as Wingnut for running the stream. Wingnut, great job, man. So we will sign off for now. Again, thank you so much. We will see you back here tomorrow, same time, same place, more incredible spaceship action.